It is day number 2, ladies and gentlemen, and it is usually considered as the day of comebacks. Welcome once again. You are watching the Crypto Invitational Grand Finals, day number 2. My name is Fixes. I'm joined along with Torix, and I've already set the tone for the day. We are hoping for some delicious comeback. But before we get beginning with the starting of the show, how are you, my friend?
Oh, thank you so much, Fixes, for the wonderful and a warm welcome. And as you have already told our audience that it is the day number 2, the days of comeback and the consistency. Teams have to be really careful for this day, in fact, because this is the only day, this is the only one day that the teams will be receiving for their comebacks and for their strategies as well. If they're not able to do anything today, if they're not able to secure some good points, then I can already tell you that the day number 3 is not going to be better for them anymore.
Yeah, just 10 more games remaining. Yesterday,
Yeah.
we saw the first 5 games. And one thing for certain, there are certain teams from the SEA region. They're playing really well for the likes of RRQ. They are sitting right on top.
Oh,
We've
yeah.
got VOIN also going all out. But when you talk about the Nepalis, we've seen some extremely good performances from the likes of DRS. We did see Deadeyes guys also clinching a chicken dinner. However, the surprising one from the lot should be the Bangladeshi team, the only Bangladeshi team that is A1 TMT. But there were also a few that we had a lot of expectations from, but they failed to deliver. So again,
Oh,
Torix,
yes.
heading on to day number 2, I expect all these selected few teams to really make a comeback.
Ah, yes, these teams do have to make a comeback because, as we already told yesterday to our audience as well, that the point structure is of the new one, where you get 10 points just for the winner winner chicken dinner. The only double digit points that you're going to receive in the placement is through the winner winner chicken dinner. After that, it's 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 1 for 7 and 8th position. From 9 towards 18 positions, or any of the position that you're gonna secure for yourself after the 8th one, you're not gonna receive a single digit. You're not gonna get a single position for yourself. So you have to be focusing on either the eliminations if you want some more points, and at the same time. Whereas this point structure do come in handy for some teams, it is a nightmare for the others.
Oh, of course, it certainly is. Now, when you look at the names in front of you, VOIN Esports, they have established the supremacy in Miramar, having consistently good games. But,
Oh,
Team
yes.
GHOOST is definitely one of those teams that I'm really looking out for because when you talk about consistency, I think not having really secured those chickens, but in terms of their position points, and in terms of their limbs, they have done certainly well. I think the Pakistani team that's right on top with contention with all the big dogs out there. That's really impressive. But Team RRQ, we've seen how well they performed yesterday. But IHC Esports, now this is one of those teams that we'll be looking after. They've been very much a limb heavy, but in terms of getting those positions, they've been lacking behind.
They have been lacking behind, but on the second chart, we are also seeing the Team Boom, NFT, Seventh Element, Team Raid, Sky Force, and Horaa Esports as well. But in all of these names, Skyforce is the only one I do believe so from this second page that is on the, I think, overall standing number 1. T2K, DRS, 4 Miracle Vibes, ARF, AGON, and A1 TMT. And I'm really curious. Alongside of Team ARF, there was some other team as well, Fixes, that had the 00 name tags for on them. So today we're gonna see more of that or less of that. I'm really excited for it. But yes, aside from that, Aegon, they have to really clench their fists right now in today's matches if they want to secure any more points. And I'm talking about not just the Aegon, but every other team that has not performed in yesterday matches.
Of course, I mean, I should be on for medical vibes, but we've been talking about the prize pool. It is going to be 200,000 Pakistan rupees. Now, that's a lot if you talk about it. And more than that, also, we're talking about the bragging rights to be the best, not just in their own region, but in the entirety of the Asian region. We have certain prize pools. In fact, a dedicated prize amount as
Oh
of
my.
30,000 Pakistan rupees and 20,000 Pakistan rupees for the first 10 second highest fragger, of which we will have the list pretty soon. But I feel we don't know a few suspects over there. But regardless, it is a tournament, hosted by Crypto himself. and the boys from KOD. They have been doing a really good job organizing this and giving you such amazing quality out here. But more than that, Torix, we've been talking about the matches, the maps that had to be played. And like yesterday, and for all the new viewers, we start off with Sanhok. Let me remind you, we've got 18 teams in the lobby. And we know how exhilarating, how breathtaking the first game of yesterday Sanhok was.
Oh, it was a complete chaos. But my vision was stuck on the prize pool for a moment because if you remember, out of the 200k PKR that the teams are going to receive, 100k is completely differentiated for the number one. He's just that team that's going to receive a lakh rupees a prize pool. But overall ranking, finally guys, it's on our screen. RRQ still on the top after playing all the 5 matches of yesterday with 55 points. Team VOIN is right behind them with 48 points to their name as well. A1 TMT 46. We are seeing Team GHOOST with 40. The only Pakistani team yesterday that played in a consistent way, 40 points. DRS after that 38 points, and Skyforce with the similar points as well. Deadeye's guys, these are the only teams that have secured more than 30 points for themselves, and on the last number is Deadeye's guys with 33.
Oh, of course. Now, we've been talking about Rex Regum Kieran, right? Especially in those final few games, they stepped it up a notch, managed to get a chicken dinner to themselves. Even in the final game, they were doing pretty good. But my eyes are sort of fixated on this table, perhaps on this side of the standings, because you've got some really big names over here. IHC for MERICAL vibes. You've got the likes of Horaa Esports. Then you've got Team Rage and AGON X. Like I said, one of the fan favorites team. They will have to step their game up if they want to make it inside the top 9. Now, the difference is not too much, right? If they can have some good games where they convert it into a chicken dinner, that is also possible. Now, we were also discussing about Skyforce not really having a good time yesterday, but Torix towards the end game, I feel like they kind of managed to, get themselves back up there, but they will be certainly climbing a little bit up top today. That's what the objective should be. But when you're talking about the overall leaderboards, you've got some interesting names. You've got Asak from RRQ. He's gotten 16 eliminations. He's leading way up the charts.
Oh, yes. He's leading up the chart with 2,193 damage, 16 total eliminations. On the hashtag number 2, we are seeing Skyforce top. Similar points like on the damage side, 26-31, 9 eliminations, an average survival time of 14 minutes. RRQ 001, 1761 damage, 10 elimination, and 15.79 survival time. Then we are seeing Team VOIN with 15 elimination on the hashtag number 4. Top fraggers, we are seeing after that, Alter Ego Aries, 8 eliminations, 7 for A1 TMT, 5 for Deadeye's guys, Precious Sir. NRPHKO View is having 7 eliminations for his name as well. But same time, I'm seeing another name of the team VOIN with 7 elimination. That is MZY. But IHC still securing their position in the top 10 with Alex having a 9 elimination. But this is the top 10. You still need to secure more eliminations. And we are seeing some digits that are even higher. They're still lacking behind just because of that damage. So it's not just the eliminations that you need to have for the MVP race. You need to have the damage, you need to have the survival time as well, and you need to make sure that you contribute in your team for that. A better contribution in your team will definitely mean that you have more positions to secure for yourself at that time.
Oh, certainly. And it's not just about, contributing there. It's also about knowing when to pick up those fights. Because yesterday we kind of did see in Sanhok, it was fight right from the get-go. And I think there is one team that we really need to bring up that is going to be 7th Element. Despite the fact that they managed to get an early squad wipe, they were instantly third-partied upon. And that has been a so-called concern for them. But, in the grand scheme of things, they also need to understand that today's day is going to be very important. because there were multiple games when they had to drop clash against so many of those teams. Now, Seventh Element, I think over the past couple of years, they have really stepped up as an org, going out, representing the country, achieving a lot of laurels out there. Now, that's fantastic. But now in this tournament, there's pride at stake over here. It is about the bragging rights.
Oh yeah.
You have delivered in the past. It is time to keep on delivering. So it was just not about Seventh Element over here. We also need to bring the likes of MERICAL vibes. We know this is again one of those teams that has got so much capability in terms of fragging prowess, but lately we haven't seen much of that. Now, today's day is also going to be one of those days where we kind of wait for their comebacks. But, talking about the teams on top, I think VOIN Esports, definitely Torix, you must also agree they have so far been the best team, especially when it comes to have a supremacy in a map like Miramar.
Oh, they definitely have the supremacy in the Miramar matches, but remember that, Fixers, that we're not starting with the Miramar today. We are in
Yes.
fact starting once again with the deadliest map out there, that is Sanhok. And once again, teams have to be really careful, because yesterday I can say like it was okay for the teams to like play that way because it was a water testing day. It was
Uh-huh.
their first match. They needed to know what the other team strategy was. But today is the day you have to be really careful on how you're going to play, because a single wrong move will mean that the positions that you have already secured for the first day, that can be like changed in a single jiffy. If you get early eliminated, if you're on the top sides, you're going to get a huge setback because of that.
Oh, there certainly will be a setback. There's no second thoughts about it. And if you do not climb up the ladder, or if you do not really close in on the points difference today, then maybe there's going to be nothing to fight for tomorrow. Now, we've been constantly emphasizing on how this tournament is not just about the prize pool. We've kind of gotten the best teams from all across the entire Asian region. And when they are coming to face, it comes down to some ego battles out there, to prove that you're best, or maybe your region is best. That is what this tournament is all about. We believe in various cultures, and what better way in having a tournament? It's an esports event. We've got teams from so many different countries, everybody culminating together. It's going to be an amazing experience for all the viewers nonetheless. Now, we've been talking about Sanhok. Yesterday we did witness A1TMT almost close it out, but yes, it was the boys from DRS that really upped the ante in those final few circles. It was all about maybe having a really good hold inside the circle, starting the day with a bang. And you talk about DRS's performance lately in other official events hasn't really been, to the point where they would have really been loved by their fans out there. But certainly yesterday, the way they played, I'm pretty sure the work has been done in the right direction, and they are definitely looking dandy.
They will be looking dandy, in fact. But remember this fact that the teams, the difference in the points, it's not that much. And even if the teams wants to get those juicy elimination or the position points, they have to be really careful of their surrounding. It's the first match, and right off the bat, it's the Sanhok. You have to be wary of your surrounding first and foremost, of them all, because there can be at any time and at any moment. It can be a third party scenario for you. You could
Oh,
have
yeah.
been winning, and there could have been a third party that should be not be coming, in fact, on you. But if it does, it might just go all the way around to you. You can be on the receiving side, as you were the one giving the damages, you were the one giving eliminations on the players. So in the Sandhawk, people and the teams really have to be wary of what they are going to do, how they're gonna even rotate fixes. We say that Sandhawk is always accessible, every single position is accessible right from the very get-go, but with that also comes the destruction as well, because the teams can also go to their specific drops, take the loot, take their designated loot, and then they know where you are and they can rush on you as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've been talking about that constantly. That Sanhok is one of those maps that really tests your decision making. When do you need to attack? When do you need to back off, disengage, and maybe reset into those fights? Because we have seen so many of those teams, Torix, dealing with the brunt of it. Now, one other team that I would really like to touch upon would certainly be Boom Esports. Now, this is one of those teams that we have seen even in maps like Sanhok or even Erangel or Miramar, as a matter of fact, they start off really well. They get into those fights, they force those fights, and they kind of commit for it. But then there has been that ongoing issue that every single time they kind of make it inside the zone or are traversing through, that's where they get picked up. So, the likes of Boom Esports, even for the likes of Medical Vibes, yesterday you saw Baron really pulled off an amazing clutch out there. And that was quite impressive. But, barring those flashy moments, we would like to see the likes of Medical Vibes, Boom Esports, everybody really step it up a notch. But now the ongoing discussion, I think apart from Team GHOOST, Torix, the other Pakistani teams have been quite silent. And what could be the reason behind that?
I think it was just the first day, and the teams needed a momentum, and teams needed to know what the other team strategies was. So I'm really looking forward for the rest of the two teams from the Pakistan side on how they're going to perform today. And I'm talking about Seventh Element and AGON XI8. Seventh Element started really well yesterday. If you remember the first two matches, they were
Uh-huh.
consistent on that. But after that, their downfall came up. Aegon, on the other hand, they gradually increased their momentum and even secured at the end of the matches a higher position than the team Seventh Element on the overall ranking. So out of
Indeed.
all these two teams, it's I think it's a fight between them right now more than it's between the teams on who's going to be on the top, who's going to cross who. But yes, there's always another name, and that is Team Rage as well. There's Team Rage,
Oh, yeah.
and they have already secured their position in the top three, top four. If you want to take them down, you have to even further hone your skills and make sure that you do come out on the top on the first chart as well, because it's not Team Ghost Rage. In fact, it's Team R9. R9, my bad.
Mhm.
It's Team R9 that was doing the
Yeah.
deeds yesterday. They were having those eliminations and the position points on the consistency side. So if you do want to cross them up, you have to make sure that today will be your day. And it's not just one or two matches that you need to secure, that you need to fulfill yourself in a better way. You need to have a consistency in all the matches, because without the consistency, even the one match you might get the winner a chicken dinner with good points. It's not going to matter if the next match right after that you get eliminated first.
Yeah, I think I do agree with you on what you just said. But we've seen for Agon I8, there were ongoing issues there. That one game of Miramar, I think that is one game where they kind of focused on the center, did not have those early casualties, and had a
Yeah.
decent outing in that one. But when you talk about the final game of Miramar, we did see that clash against DRS, if I'm not wrong, in which Agon I8 had a really good start, I must say. But then you had players like Gante who kind of turned the tables around, and IQ, he was just left stranded. But yeah, I think Agon I8 could do more of that today. Maybe focus on the zones a lot and play for positions. And eventually they're going to find a lot of finishes. But however, things really do not look sunny for the likes of Seventh Element. I think it comes down to a point where it's starting to hurt me, because every single map they take a drop and there is a fight against somebody. And we
Oh
know
yes.
we know as a matter of fact, whenever there's a drop clash, it does come down to the RNG. Whoever has a better position, whoever has the better loadout, certainly tends to
Yeah.
have an advantage. So I think that is one thing they must be really focusing upon, is maybe, if they want to climb up the ranks, maybe try to get a different drop today, or maybe just be prepared for for all those fights to come, because we have seen when it comes down to that, the players do not really shy away. They've got what it takes to take their opponents down, and we hope that happens as well. But again, the show would not be complete, or the start would not be perfect, if we do not discuss about how well A1 TMT played yesterday. I think the
Oh
only
yes.
representation from Bangladesh, and I have to say they are playing like their lives depend on this.
They are definitely playing like their lives depend on it, and I think it's a good thing. You're right off the bat very serious regarding your game style, regarding your gameplay, and regarding your positions, and that's the mindset, that's the mentality that do go out a long way. If you are having the same mentality today, if you are doing the same performances today, I still believe that they can still come out on top. They might be able to secure that top position for themselves because of that. Because yesterday After all the 5 matches that they have played, they were on the hashtag number 3. What's stopping them from even climbing more up? But as we are talking about the teams, the match is about to start, guys. The match is about to begin, and here we go. The first match of day number 2, Sanhok and the plane line. Already we can see, starting with the Bantai areas towards a hard northern side of, I think, Cow.
Oh, indeed. I think it's Mong Nai there, and
Yeah.
of course, doesn't matter, right? Since when did flight path trajectories really come into consideration in such a map like Sanhok? Doesn't matter. You can just long glide your way to anywhere you
Yeah.
potentially want. But this is one of those flight path trajectories, quite standard. We've seen some fights breaking out around that shrine area, just on the right sides of Camp Alpha. Has a little bit of a high ground coverage, and 7th Element, they are exactly heading to that direction. You could also see AGON IA, they did take some early casualties yesterday. We did witness some fights happening around the Painan region. However, Painan has been solely taken up by for MERICAL vibes. But yes, the western side seems to be clustered up. You've got the likes of INC,
No.
you've got the likes of 7th Element, we've even got the likes of AGON X, we've got VOIN, we've got DEADEYES, guys. So many people in the vicinity. But just when we were talking about it, Ultra Ego, they have opened it against 7th Element. But we're talking about different fights. RRQ find themselves in a little bit of a kerfuffle, but a little bit of a melee action over here. And in the blink of an eye, even the zone just before it formed, let's be honest, 7th Element, they are down and out.
Well, they are down and out. The first match for them is done and dusted, eliminated out of the match. But still, there are more teams that want to take the fight at Camp Charlie. We are seeing the team RRQ, the top contenders after day number 1 against the team NFT. How they're going to play is a bigger question, because so far their formation is kind of so much scattered, whereas the team NFT, they have the complete Camp Charlie under their control. SF5K Ryu waiting out for the opponent, waiting out for the opportunity, which so far he's not getting, but he finally gets it, takes one down. Team NFT losing one player, and with the barrel 3 times scopes, he even confirms it up, but not before he gets also taken down. Now Asa 5K, he has to push forward, he has to come close in that vicinity to take the fight. So far the player has spotted Flesh has spotted the player, but with the fire from Asa 5K Ryu, he gets a 1 down before almost being taken down as well. Team RRQ now with another bang start. They are taking the fight against the Team NFT, which so far they are winning. The Vector on the Team NFT's player, it's going to be a hard decision because the long range weapon is not going to work it out that way, but he gets taken down, and so far Babe Luck is the only person that's standing in the match. He can secure the elimination for the team, but no, he goes forward, takes some shots, comes back, it knocks and eliminates the player, and finally gives out the revive. A Team RRQ in the meanwhile has lost one of their player, but it will be a good trade-off because they might be able to get the 4 eliminations that they need.
Oh, there you go. There you go. The table toppers really not shying away from a fight, but just when Alter Ego was done with one, now they have an entire horde surrounding them. It is going to be the gods over here. IHC, they have come in and they are wrecking thunderbolts on them. At this point, IHC, this is a team that was just dropped right beside 7th Element and Alter Ego, and they heard all that commotion. Now, we've been talking about Agon I8 also. Look at them. They're being surrounded by the players of DEADEYES, guys. And I'm pretty sure the lads have an idea of what's really going on. But DEADEYES, guys, the kind of the kind of a spread that we are witnessing over here, Torix, it's starting to concern me. Because the moment Agon I8 step out of cover, or maybe decide to transition to a different compartment, or maybe a compound, that is where, if even a single player gets picked off, it is going to be really worrying. And it's just not DEADEYES, guys, they have to be concerned about. We've also got Team VOIN, who's way up in the standings, and they also have to deal with them as well.
It is a 3-way deadlock. Anyone who even tries to make a move will be facing the wrath of two different teams, and alongside of each other, AGON X I8 IQ is cooking up a grenade. You have to throw it up, buddy, as well. You don't have to hold it in your hand because that will be your demise. But once again, Fixes, I know what you see. You know what I see as well, and I'm really sad on that because airdrop number 1 has landed an AMR for the players, but the Team VOIN and Team AGON X I8, they still want to take the fight. Doctor wants to make sure that he at least gets a single elimination, but not before Team Alter Egos as a 4th party comes in play. Crypto takes one Zeta down as well. Maxus gets taken away, and Team VOIN has lost their second individual player. They have to move away from this vicinity. They have to get away, but IQ receiving a lot of shots, receiving a lot of damage. Fullock entering out the compound, whereas Crypto was giving out the cover. DBS on the face, and PRMN gets taken away, leaving the one and only Doctor as the final hope for the team. But for how long it's gonna go? This is the bigger question, because Crypto is here with the DBS. The fire consistently comes from all 4 sides, and Doctor gets eliminated. AGON securing their 3 eliminations in the first match.
That's more like it. But hold on. They've got no time to laugh about it or smile off on this, because you've got Deadeyes guys also entering into the fray. But sadly, for Deadeyes guys, Team AGON X hasn't really taken any losses. So again, the fight's gonna go for a reset, and we would love to see what happens next. I really loved how AGON X approached this one. And certainly the composure is there. They know they've come in with a mindset that today is going to be the day where they stage their comeback. But look at Yetauta just slyly crawling his way, closing on the distance, trying to make as less sounds as possible. As AGON X, they decide to play as a 2-2 split. And you can see Fullock seems to have a slight idea of where Novasur is. He's got his grenade lobbed in, and it really hits on the mark. And that is exactly the kind of opening that AGON X wanted at this point. And now, Deadeyes, guys, the buck stops at them. How do they respond as Precious finds IQ out in the open, and he's just waiting with bated breaths to maybe make a move on him, but a little bit more patience being exercised by his side.
Oh, there's a lot of patience from Deadeyes guys, because they know one of their player might also be taken away because of that. Already, they're 3-man standing. AGON X IQ slowly and steadily moving forward, whereas Cheesecake was given out the revive. But Crypto trying his best to spot out all the different players on different angles of the players, but Cheesecake is the one that gets the player. The fight once again begins. Fullock gets another elimination, and Losser gets taken down. Confirmed. Team Deadeyes guys now with just a single player. He has to do something. Either he has to get out of here, or he has to take the fight on the head start. He has to make sure that he do not provide his position to anyone. Let Team AGON X I8 think for themselves that they're completely safe, and that's the moment you have to strike. That's the moment you have to make sure that you do the deed against the team. Do not move. Do not take a single step, because if you do, elimination is waiting out for you. But G Precious, sir, he does it, and IQ now is on his face. So waiting. Fixes waiting for the opportunity that he's gonna receive in a single jiffy, and gets that elimination. AGON finally making a comeback in today's matches. But so far, 7 elimination to their name, and not a single player out of the match.
What a time to come alive for AGON X. I'm loving every single bit of it. The way they're executing the fights. A little overthinking perhaps from the players of Deadeyes guys over there. They had their opening moments. Certainly did not capitalize on that. And AGON X say thank you, sire, and get those finishes. And like you said, these points are certainly going to help them come up, climb back on the overall standings. But right now, Boom Esports, as anticipated, off to another very good start. They've gotten a couple of knocks, and this is going to be against Team GHOOST. Now, we have talked about them yesterday. They had a really good time in a map like Sanhok. Did kind of push it to the wire, but seems like Superman has spotted one of the players out in the open. He's just waiting for him to maybe make himself visible. But look at T2K. They're also in the vicinity, and if Team Goose kind of overextends on this particular fight, it might just be in a little bit of trouble. But seems like now this is a constant problem that has been going with Boom Esports. They've been taking fights on all different fronts, and sometimes taking a lot more on their plate than they can chew.
But did you not see the rotations that the team were doing? A1 TMT and Team RRQ. They were going straight from the water side. They were not taking any kind of land for themselves. But yes, the fights that are in the circle at the Camp Alpha Island, it's happening. T2K, they're close to the fight as well. Team Boom, they're close to the fight as well. But who's going to take the initiative? This is the bigger question. And Suyok takes the initiative. Not a single bullet connects on the Team Boom side. And now as Team Boom knows the somewhat location of the T2K, they might as well try to take the initiative yet again, because already one of their player is knocked out. If they are not fast enough, they will not be able to avenge the player or get the revenge factor for themselves.
Oh yeah. And at this point, Team ARF, now this is one of those teams that we need to talk about. They have not really been having the best of days so far, but T2K caught between a rock and a hard place over there, right out in the open middle of nowhere. Now you've got 3 different teams having their eyes. You've got R9, you've got Boom, you've got IHC. Of course, T2K did manage to get a knock over there, but Boom really not happy about the entire situation. Now, when you take a look at how the circle is formed, IHC, they're going to be really happy about it. Right at the tippity top, they are the king of the hills. They are spotting out every single team's rotating. Now, the bigger concern will be if the circle goes away from them, but as things stand, now look at Alter Ego. Now this is also one of those teams that has had a really good start, dealing with the players of 7th Element. Now they've set their eyes on the players of Team ARF.
ARF, they are 3-man standing. MAB, 4MV, they are also waiting against the team SF, Skyforce. But action, buddy, you have to be careful today because it's still Sanhok. It's still another match, and you do not want to be getting railed up by a car at that time. But yes, he gets one down before getting also taken away by the Team 4MV's player. But Team SF, in the meanwhile, they're taking the fight against the Team DRS, taking one down, but also gets eliminated. Icy being the only one and only guy that's surviving for the team. Apex receiving a lot of shots, gets eliminated, and there is a chance for the Team Skyforce to give their players the revival that they need. But XMPL taking fight against Nerzed, eliminating him, getting that elimination. DRS with an amazing start. Once again, 2 elimination, not a single player being detained by anyone, fleshed out by anyone. And as we are down to the 13 teams that are still surviving the match, it's going to be a really hectic scenario and who is going to come out on top. It's Sanhok. 3rd stage is already going to be super like a short one, super small one. So only 7 seconds before you make a decision. Team SF also needs to make a decision once and for all right now, because after this stage comes close, the damage will be immense.
Oh, it certainly will be. But this is very concerning for the likes of Skyforce. Now, of course, it's the 3rd stage and the damage is not going to hurt a lot. But still, the fact that they've been kept outside the circle, now this is going to be really tough for them to really make an entry. Unless and until the players of DRS get picked off from the backlines. And maybe it seems like only IHC can be able to do that. But the table toppers right now, RRQ, they're finally making their way inside the zone. They did go for that rotation, and seems like it has worked out perfectly for them, having really good start, taking down the players of NFT Esports, and now they might want to funnel their way through it. But DRS, they really need to watch their 6, because even if they let go of those certain shots, maybe stop Skyforce at where they are right now, the entry inside the circle is going to be quite difficult. And just like that, Icy, well, he did take some shots, but eventually it was the damage from the zone that took him down.
Oh, yes, it was the damage of the circle that took him down, and DRS is actually going out of their way, out of the circle, to get that elimination for themselves. They want to make sure that they get the complete annihilation of the Team SF before they move further away. But yes, with the grenades, there was the possibility, but DRS Killer YT, look at that. Player was going too much forward, but Killer White, he said, no, why you're even going? Let me assist you on that and take all the elimination for myself. But Killfeed once again lighting up. Team R9 taking some fights. In the meanwhile, Team IHC, we are still seeing the Team IHC with the 2 elimination, with all the 4-man still standing, taking their fight against the Team Rage. They have the mountaintop. They have the position, the eastern area of the Camp Alpha side, the mountaintop. So a great position once and for all for the teams, and as we are seeing, they all trying his level best with a 3-time scope. He's not receiving any kind of treatment on that. He's not receiving any kind of accomplishment. But T2K also taking their shots on maybe the Team A1 TMT, but for that they have to spot down the players. What is Team A1 TMT doing? We have been seeing them from the very start, rotating from the Shami side all the way through the water, right here in the circle.
Oh yeah, at this point, things are really getting accelerating. Of course, it's a pace down from yesterday's Sanhok, but now tactically it's getting a lot more interesting. We've got certain teams that have really played out of their minds, one of which is of course going to be AGON X, how they eliminated 2 teams. On the other side, we've seen RRQ off to a really good start as well. Even Skyforce, I really thought that ending the day on such a big high. Now this is going to be really troublesome for them to kind of try and make their way inside the zone, even with the players of Horaa Esports coming from the backlines. There you go. Things really went awry for them, but DRS, they seem to spare nobody, just holding on to their dear life around the edges, around the peripheries. Now Horaa has realized that this bridge is far from safe, and now they will have to take another route. But when you talk about the zone again making that shift, it's still heavily favoring the lads of IHC, and seems like if they play their cards right, Torix, this chicken dinner, it's gonna be theirs.
Oh, it might be theirs only and only if they play their cards right. But oh my god, this grenade on the face of R9, wow, that's going to do a lot of damage. The player's down on his knees. He gets the confirmation, and Team R9 decides to move out of this vicinity, move out of this way, but not before Superman takes Riggs down. Horaa also taking the fight against the Team Rage. So different fights at different planes are definitely happening. No Fear has been spotted, 1 headshot being connected, but that's about it. That's about it on the No Fear Horaa. He gets into the cover. Now, once again, with the manpower, he can push forward against the Team Rage. As Team Rage gets their player taken down here and there. Two of the players are only remaining. That is Drawlin and Blade right now. But no fear. No fear at the meanwhile. Horaa, in fact, Team Horaa in the meanwhile, they have the highest peak of the circle at this point. They're against DRS, and at the same time they're up against the Team Rage as well. So not only they have to take 1 fight, but 2 to 3 fights indefinitely at the same time. AGON taking the fights, Team T2K getting some shots here and there, securing some more knockouts for themselves. But yes, outside of the circle, we are seeing the Team ARF versus the Team AGON X being happening.
Oh yeah, now this is going to be really interesting. 9 finishes already for this squad, but this is where the real test awaits now. How are they going to make it inside the circle? They've got a couple of vehicles to work around with, but 4 players in 1 vehicle, that is one thing that I'm really not a huge fan of. As now they go marching in, and I really want to see what fate awaits them. So many teams are in the vicinity, and they really need to drop down a little bit safe. But for what it's worth, there have been so many of the other teams that have made it inside the circle, and there you go, T2K being the ones massively benefiting from AGON X making such a move, will get the knock, instantly get the finish, and one after the other, AGON X, they have been wiped out of the server.
Oh, this match was a great start for the Team AGON, but not for long, because they get elimination on the hashtag, I do believe so, on the number 12 position. But yes, as we are down to the top 10 teams, 26 players remaining in the match. Team Rage and Team DRS also wants to take the fight, as there goes a grenade from the Team Rage side and takes 1 down from the Team DRS. But Blade is also knocked out, so it's all up to Drawlin to make sure that his team thrives and survives at this particular location. The grenade that was thrown by Drawlin was not enough. It kind of blow up midway into the air, but yes, that's about it. Now he has to move away. He has to get out of here because he knows he's a solo player. He cannot take the fight indefinitely, but from the backside, Horaa says a no and takes them down. Team Rage has been eliminated, but Team DRS, Team IHC, and Team Horaa, they're one in a tussle at this particular position because back-to-back, it's Sanhok. It's the 5th stage already. The radius is super small, and the teams that have decided to take the initiative, decided to go where the bangs and the fires were happening, they're gonna receive a lot of eliminations, maybe for themselves, and there is slightly a chance that they might be giving away their eliminations to the other teams as well. IHC being one of the team that is gonna benefit out of everything, taking Horaa down so far, 6 elimination, and not a single player has been eliminated. But oh my god, that was a risky move. IHC, Demo, and Abel both jumping from the cliff. It could have been detrimental, but no, they survived so far. But they're all going for the fire, going for the aggression, and that takes one down. DRS is also facing the wrath of Team IHC right now.
Showing no fear, showing no mercy to any single team inside the lobby. They have been blessed by the zone, and they're really delivering when it matters, as RRQ really out of options, trying to get those reses done. But now it just comes down to the 2 players, the 2 surviving members. We have got Nerfico, and we've got his teammate out there, but Ziol, he seems to spare nobody at all. And now the final nail in the coffin has been put, I believe, by Ghost over there, as IHC still reigning supreme, 8 finishes under their belt. And now the next target could be DRS, who've been having a really good performance low-key over there, but Yante stepping out of his vehicle and will not be spared by Ghost as he gets shredded apart.
Oh, that is such a sad move for the Team DRS. They had such a great start. They had such a great, a midway start as well for themselves. But back-to-back, 2 eliminations to their name. 1 player is only remaining. But Team IHC, they want to push against the Team Alter Ego, as well as the Alter Ego is down to the last man standing. Alva takes 1 down. Godless gets taken away. The second one is also receiving the wrath. But no! Demo OG says a no and gets that final elimination, not before getting a single player of their own team being eliminated. A while ago, they were a complete 4-man squad, but now with the 10 eliminations to their name, they only have 3-man standing. We are down to the top 5 teams, and majority manpower goes towards the Team Boom and the Team IHC right now. If they manage to secure their knockout and make sure that he gets back on his feet.
Oh, he certainly will. But now, as the dust settles, we've got the last 4 teams, and out of which Love, he's got 18 first aids to work around with, has a crate right in front of him. Could maybe get a couple more, and it's the first time we're getting to see some Sanhok heal battles happening. But Boom Esports, they've made it a long way from home, and somehow they're still alive in the taken thin of it all. As R9, they have been ever so consistent, but seems like Ghost position has been given away with that little smoke out there. But the team to win it all certainly would be the favorites. That is going to be IHC, as Ghost, they have been eliminated, but now it is going to be a really tricky situation. But Yummy May, he wants to change it all, and now it rests on Demo's nimble shoulders. He might get a knock or 2, but that won't be enough. It is coming down to a 1v2 situation, and IHC seem to find themselves in a whole world of trouble, as Demo, he will be letting himself go to the damage of the blue. As Boom Esports, they finally make a big comeback with a chicken dinner, as we know who is that one player on that second spot, and that is all she wrote for this matchup.
Oh, yes, it is none other than Love, moving slightly forward, and he's somewhat in the vicinity of the circle as well. 9 first aid. I still believe he can achieve the circle, but 17 seconds, 15 seconds, and where the 8th stage is going to close, it's going to be really hard for the team. But he has the slight chance, the mountain ridge that he has, he can see the Boom's a player, and if the Boom player is out in the complete open, there might be a slight changes in the plan, and T2K might be able to secure that winner chicken dinner for themselves. But no, it's not going to happen. It is my wishful thinking for right now, but Team Boom, like Pawnbit and Yummy May, they're slowly and steadily still trying to find the last guy in the circle. But no, My brother he is not in the circle. You're not gonna find him no matter how much you move. He's not gonna show his face. And as the circle is closing on, the first aid kits is also depleting for the T2K. Just two, just one more, and it is going to be over before he can even pop this last bit. Team Boom for elimination and a beautiful winner chicken dinner to their name.
What a game. What a start to the day so far, Torix. I mean, I have to tell you because, every single moment, it was a Western Circle and loved how certain teams played. We have to start off with how good AGON I8 were. They had to, face off not just against one, but two teams, and out of which they played exceptionally well, taking down VOIN in the start. And, of course, we had Deadeyes guys following suit right after, but still, the start for 7th Element was really not the way they planned it out, but it was Team IHC that were on the King of the Hills position. They capitalize on it a lot, but Boom Esports, boy oh boy, we have been talking about them really having a great start into the matches, getting a lot of elims to their names, but when it came down to converting those games into chicken dinner, that is what was missing. But seems like this team has made a comeback today, and what a matchup it was nonetheless. When we all thought this chicken dinner should have been IHC's, Boom Esports, the circle kind of favoring them towards the end, and they were the victors.
Oh, they were definitely the victors at that time. The moment they took down the last guy of the team R9, they had the circle in their clutches, and that was the moment that they knew that the team IHC was coming from the different side. But moving to the winner chicken dinner stats, Team Boom will be the victorious one in the first match. Total 4 elimination, out of which 3 goes to Yummy May. 441 damage to the player, but Tonbet also securing the 1 elimination. 240 damage. Flyboy receiving, giving in fact almost 240 damage as well. But Frenzy, he's the only one that did not contribute for the team. Just the 17 damage, 0 knocks, 0 heals. The moment he got knocked out, it was all over for this player.
Oh, indeed. I mean, when you look at Boom Esports, initially we did find them in a little bit of a pickle. If you remember, it was, I guess, T2K. We had IHC up top. It was also R9 surrounding them. Yeah, they did take a couple of losses. I think it was Frenzy. They did lose out in the very early stages of the game, but the recovery was so good. But when you talk about T2K, they've had a fight of their own, and Jane, he's one of those players that we know of, has been in the scene for quite some time. This time will be the MVP in this particular game. Now, T2K, they were doing the cleaning from the northern side. They were pretty decent. They knew which fights to take. They also had a couple of early losses, but yeah, bouncing right back in. Many of these teams might not have the best position points. I'm not talking about T2K. They secured the second spot still. But when you look at teams like AGON I8, now, starting of the game, I think they had some 8 or 9 finishes. But, questionable decisions made, right? When they kind of made that reversal with that Huaz. And the moment all 4 players stepped on that vehicle, I knew what fate would have awaited them. As we take a look at the top performers, it's going to be the usual suspects. We've got Meow Meow, we've got Gotless, we got Alva, and we got Falak. Falak was extremely important in every single situation, but I'm pretty sure, Torix, there's one more player, or rather one more team we need to talk about. That was DRS, making the lives hell for so many of those teams. They created so much problems for Skyforce and eventually even for the likes of Horaa.
Oh, yes. Both of those teams were in the clutches of the team at DRS. But I want to talk about the rotations that we saw through the boat. The teams were doing a lot of boat rotations. I saw at least 2 teams, but before we talk about that, let's talk about the match summary. 63 total elimination in the matches, 13,000 healings, and out of which I'd say I still give Love a lot of credit, because 75 healing of 16 times, it's almost 700,000 in total. But 70 total knockouts, 96 throwable use, 2 airdrops looted, 10 headshots, and 20 rescues, with Abel in Sanhok match having the longest kill distance of 387 meters. I think the maximum that you can secure for yourself is 450 or maybe 475, out of which, aside from that, the teams do start to get like, I think they despawn at that time. They're not rendered properly at that time. But Team IHC with 15 eliminations, they still secured the top position, even not getting that winner chicken dinner.
Oh, of course. I mean, for IHC, we knew, right? The moment they
Yeah.
had that fight against Alter Ego, they capitalized on that situation. They knew that this circle is going to be theirs. But, well, the zone had other plans in mind towards the very end. Still having three of their players alive, still did manage to take down a lot of those players. I think they also caused trouble for the likes of RRQ even towards the end when they kind of executed that rotation. And there were even swimmers inside the lobby, if you
Yeah.
remember, A1 TMT trying to just make their way desperately into this inside the circle. They did not really have the best of days so far. In fact, the best of starts. It's all right, they've still been consistent. But if you talk about the teams to watch out for, look at Horaa Esports. I kind of feel bad for them, Loki, there because they were the ones who thought that maybe Skyforce is dealt with. DRS might have moved their own ways, but DRS, they were stubborn as anything at all, and they did not want to just move over there, standing like boulders, and they caused trouble for so many of those teams. But yes, A1 TMT, RRQ, T2K, all of these teams over here traveled really, really far distance, considering it was a map of Sanhok.
It was, in fact, it was a map of Sanhok, Horaa, Rex Requiem. They still did a lot of good deeds in this match as well, and still, Team RRQ having that top position secured. Nobody secured 50 points, even 50 points aside from the team RRQ at this moment. This is the overall, guys. And after the match number 6, it's 63 for RRQ, VOIN 48, same points for the team DRS as well. A1 TMT 47 points this time. Team Ghost 46. They only managed to secure 6 points in this match. T2K 42. Skyforce securing their position in the top like 9 slots as well with 41 points. Alter Ego Ares 37, 33 for the Deadeyes guys. A great start, I'd still say, for the teams, because the moment that like the way that they started and the way that they executed every single fight throughout the game, we are finally seeing every single team doing at least some kind of a performance for themselves, whether it's the safer side, whether it's the survival, whether it's the elimination.
Oh yeah, I mean at this point, we did kind of see comebacks from many of those teams that we were really anticipating from. Yeah, there were certain teams that really having a tough time. One of the biggest examples will be NFT Sports. Again, really not the kind of a clash you would want to engage in early on, going up against the likes of RRQ. Of course, they did get an limb, but look at Seventh Element. They're also having such a tough time. For MERICAL vibes also, as a matter of fact, I cannot believe what my eyes are witnessing. I don't know when did I last see them at such a difficult spot. But yeah, Team Rage, also ARF, even the likes of ARF, we did see them early on engaging in a couple of fights. But AGON X, courtesy to those finish points early on, they will be climbing up the charts a little bit, will be trying to close in on that distance they have against the top 9 teams. And for the likes of AGON X, I think the objective is straightforward cut out for them. What they need to do is have more of such games, right? Maintain an average of around 10 to 12 points a game. And, if you kind of keep on doing that, maybe get a chicken dinner in one of which will really help you to propel yourselves up the leaderboards.
I totally agree that you do need a chicken dinner to get up on the performance side, but still,
Yeah,
the consistency is the main key factor. Even if you
indeed.
don't get it, even if, as you already mentioned, Fixes, the team gets 10, 11 points in each game, they still have the chance to secure not just the position of like the first chart, but at the same time, those top 5 juicy spots where you will finally
Indeed.
get the prize pool, some distribution of the prize pool, because you need to have the top 1 position to receive the higher authority, the 50% of the prize pool for yourself, because that's 100K you're talking about. That's 100K, that easy 100K that the teams can secure. And if you want that juicy spot, you have to maintain your positions, which Team RRQ right now is definitely doing. We are definitely seeing them do the same competition, the same competitive style that they did yesterday. They are like top notch on their performance. They are top notch on their like strategies and their rotations as well. The best thing I'm seeing for the team RRQ is their timely rotations, their timely fights. They know when and where to fight, and that's what's making the complete difference against all the different teams for them.
Oh yeah, I think from moving on from here onwards, yeah, you will have to focus on those fights. But like you said, I completely agree with you. If you kind of get good position points, also if you're in a better position inside the circle, certainly increases your chances in getting a chicken dinner. And getting a chicken dinner, even with 4 to 5 limbs, is certainly that I would take with open arms. Something that Team Boom Esports replicated right now. Now they did not have the highest of finishes. It was just about them really holding on to their dear life inside the circle, making those right decisions. And towards the end, let's be honest, the way circle shifted to them, maybe they knew that this zone was going to take such a shift. But had it gone the other way around, had it gone towards the players of IHC, they would have been the ones benefiting from that. So, yeah, still, if you look at the average, Boom did manage to amass 12 points plus, which is a really good thing over here. And that is exactly the kind of, a performance we would expect. Now, either it's just two ways, right? Like Agon I did not really have a bad game if you look at the grand scheme of things in this one.
Yeah.
They still managed to get 8 to 9 finishes, and you're getting 8 9 points already secured, which is still pretty good considering the point structure that we are following for over here now. And we still have 18 teams, so more finishes equals more points as well. But
Yes.
now we will be heading on towards the greener pastures, right? We will have an Erangel in front of us. We will have Miramars also. Now, Sanhok, it is arguable, right? It is kind of panning down to even those RNGs of the game. And certain times, teams really get mad about it. I mean, we went down to the part where we actually saw a heal battle. And that even did not happen
Yeah.
yesterday, right? The competition was quite cutthroat. Now, teams resorting to heal battle Storix, that clearly depicts that picture that teams are really wanting to try hard in this one. And T2K doing that, them getting certain position points and a few elims, I think they've also had a decent start to the day.
They definitely had the decent start, and because of that heal battle, they not only get those six, I'd say, position points, but also managed to secure their team on the top. Like, I still believe a top six in the overall ranking, if I'm correct on that. But yes, if that's the same position, if that's the same consistency that the team T2K is doing in the next couple of matches that we are about to witness, it might not be long before they even secure that top three position for themselves. You need the consistency. You need the like the team has secured the hashtag number 2. If you manage to secure 2 or 3 more hashtag number 2s with I'd say 1 or even 1.5 team elimination, you're still good to go. You still have that double digit points for yourself, where you need to make sure that you qualify throughout the matches. Every single match you get some like good points, and it will not be long, because today's the only day that you can secure those positions, you can secure those overall ranking points for yourself, because the day that's tomorrow, it's a complete aggression. Once again, the first day was a complete aggression, the final day will be a complete aggression. The teams will be taking the clash off, they will be taking the fight against each other, that the team might not overtake them. But it's a risky move. It is a risky move still. You have to be careful on that. It's a double-edged sword. You can get hurt in that. You can make sure that your team also may be the one that gets eliminated while doing that double-edged sword kind of thing. So do whatever you want. Do it today. Secure as much points as possible so you can have an early and an easy start for tomorrow matches. It's the last day tomorrow. It's the second last day today. It's like we're almost going to the halfway point after this match, somewhat, because Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, these will be the 3 matches after this match that we will be seeing, and already 2 Miramars. It's going to be a hectic scenario. I'm still telling you, Fixes. Yesterday we did saw some good Miramars. We saw some early fights in Miramar, but no, it's not going to be the day for today. The day today, Miramars, it will be a complete safe side, and I can tell you again, with the experience, with the teams, that they will be taking not the fights, but the positions.
I think, more than hectic, the temperatures are definitely soaring. That's something that we both can agree upon. And the viewers would be enjoying, really looking forward to those matches. And Yeah, we have a little bit of a context set also. We can see that those teams that were struggling yesterday, few of them have definitely made a comeback. And in the map of Erangel, things are gonna get oh so spicy. And I'm kind of starting to ponder what will happen in the map of Miramar as well. But yeah, we're done with Sanhok, but now we come down to business because in just a wee while, we're going to be taking it up the skies. It is going to be the second match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Erangel, the flight path trajectory all the way from Sosnovka military base towards Komeshki. And this, my friend Torix, is going to be hurting a few teams that kind of want to take that northwestern line. So some early possibilities of those vehicle collisions are definitely out there.
You said some teams. I'd say majority teams because yesterday
Oh,
we
yeah.
did saw a lot of teams going towards the western side of the map. Gutka, the Ruins, the Rozoks. In fact, Rozok is still accessible for the teams, but Severny and the shooting range alongside of Giorgio Pool, that's where the juicy fights do begin, and already we are seeing some clash drops. Maybe 4MV decided to go towards the military base. Agon is not going there. Team SF might go towards the Novorupnoy. Milta will be contested as well, just like yesterday, in fact. But yes, aside from that, the majority hot drop areas like Novorupnoy, the Senvoska military base, the Pochinki, the Milta, and even the Yasnaya Poliana, I still believe it's still accessible for the team, so they can still easily drop at their positions. They can look around for the teams and slowly and steadily pick up their guns, get their loot, take the fight. You don't have to be that eager to fight in these matches, because as you progress, as you take the fights, it's only gonna hurt you back. But DRS, look at the kill feed. I'm seeing once again some melee fights right off the bat at the Milta City.
Oh, indeed. And
It's
it is
over.
against Team VOIN. And have they just been wiped out? Because we can see them dropping 4 vehicles, and there you go. There you go. Before even we got down with the flight path trajectory, our team has already been eliminated, and that's not the end of it. Alter Ego, they're also taking a couple of fights, and this rivalry of A1 TMT and Horaa continues at Yasnaya and T2K. They've also been dishing out some massive amount of damage, but now we're back with Horaa and A1 TMT. Sky will be lobbing that
What?
grenade, does not hit its mark. So many fights have just broken out right from the get-go at multiple different fronts, and now Horaa Esports, they've got that little bit of a high ground advantage, but Hitman somehow has managed to respond back. They believe in unity being on strength, and they are acting accordingly, just pushing in union, in tandem with each other, which is definitely bearing them good fruits.
Oh, yes, there are two different teams alongside of each other. K9 wants to secure a different position. I think he wants to come out from the top, give a slight edge for his team. But as K9 jumps in, he's picked up. Malik Horaa anticipated what the player was thinking, and with this, team A1 TMT losing one of their players, but Team Horaa has also lost 2 of their players as well. Malik Horaa is the only one surviving for the team. Only 5 bullets in his S12K. He has to do something. He has to take the fight. But no, the jump fire from the PP Bison gets the player out. And A1 TMT will be the one with just the 1 elimination on their players, securing those 4 juicy points. But yes, that 1 elimination that they have also secured on themselves, it's gonna hurt them after some time. It's gonna hurt them on the later stages if they manage to survive in that time.
Oh, of course. Now, I loved every bit of what the players of A1 TMT did, especially just barring that one little move from K9, right? But it would have been a good move. The intentions were quite noble. He knew that he wanted to kind of just cluster them down and choke them and maybe pummel them down to the ground. But I guess that was some nice anticipation coming in from Malik over there. He realized that they're going to make such a move. And the moment he just jumped over and he was just trying to get his weapon back on his hands, I think he came in at the right sweet time and caught that finish. And yeah, just that 1 casualty. Apart from that, kudos to Hitman on holding on to his nerves, because it did come down to a 1v1 as Malik, he was really looking hot in form over there. But regardless, that was a great fight over there. But now, as we move on ahead, so many of those fights did happen. We've already lost out on 2 different teams, and one of which was, if I'm not wrong, DRS, and the other has to be Horaa. So 2 Nepali teams already taking an exit over here, but the circle, we need to talk about it because this time, boom, they have also been blessed with the zone. Looks to be a little hybrid, but still has chances to kind of go towards maybe AGON I8, or if Boom makes those early rotations, they're going to be really happy with the outcomes of this game.
I can tell you that the circle is actually going to go to the bridge side, and if it does, oh my god, we are going to see some heavy clashes, heavy duty fights at that time. But so far, Aegon is on our screen. They are trying to secure the bridge side for themselves, but no, they're trying to find some cars before that. Cheesecake is out of his way, away from his team at the school side apartment and the main building. We are seeing the team RRQ contesting that area. Some fights did begin at the kill feed, so I really want to see where the fights actually begun. No Mercy Ryu trying to initiate some rotations for the team as well, with 7th Element against the team ARF finally taking the fight. But
Whoa.
Goku Bot, you're on a bicycle, my brother. What are you doing? You need to come faster for the team because the team is already engaged in the fight. Shamir has a chance of getting picked up at that time because there was a grenade, and if the grenade was on the top floor, it would have been detrimental. But Goku Bot coming in at a right angle at a right time because 002 grenade has taken down Alian. 008 waiting out for the opportunity as well with the AKM. He's going to push forward, but 002 know that he has dealt the damage on the player. Shamir needs to be taken care of, and this is what they do. They take care of Shamir from the backside. Goku Bots gives a beautiful cover, and the grenade bombardment might come from T24 side, but no, it's not coming right now. It's not coming. The flare takes the aim, throw the grenade, in fact, and even after all those grenades, he still manages to get into the safer side. And I'm telling you, Goku Bot, you need to do something at this point, buddy. You need to do something because the grenades, the fire that you're doing from the longer range, it's not going to help very much.
Yeah, we're not really quite aware of 001's position, but seems like he's the last player surviving for his team, as 7th Element have really gotten themselves back into this particular fight. And the MVP certainly has to be Goku Bot. The way he held on and gave cover fire to his teammates, whilst ARF was just pushing in through so much information being relayed, and T24, he is prepared for it, and they will get that final finish. It is obviously going to be Goku Bot, and clearly 7th Elements have turned the tables around and have managed to get another squad wipe. And ARF, they might be biting their nails and as to what really happened, how things went wrong on massive proportions. Everybody was fixated on trying to take down the knock player. Nobody kind of paid attention towards what Goku Bot was trying to do and had to deal with the brunt of things. But look at Skyforce, 2 huge forces do collide over here, and it is going to be Baron maybe on the receiving side of things.
Oh, Baron might be on the receiving side of the things, but Nerzad makes sure that it is, in fact, a Baron. But Apex takes one down, almost the second one as well in the way. But now Apex have to move. Doc is also trying to come out that way to take that third party angle. Doc, you have the best chance. You can secure that off position. Make sure that you get those elimination against the team, because for MERICAL vibes, they are too much scattered. They're too much far away. Apex had the best opening opened for the team, for MV's players, but after all of that time, now they know that the player have been revived. He have been completely healed himself up, so it's not gonna be an easy task to take the fight. So either get out of here, take another position, wait for another pick off, and then move forward. But for MERICAL vibes, as you are on the bridge, Team SF has also decided to do that. Nerzad is under the bridge. He's not under the water, but he's under the bridge. Yes, Action and IC waiting out in the compounds for the opportunity. But Aegon, this is the crucial moment for Team Aegon. They can either secure both the elimination of the team for MERICAL vibes and Team Skyforce, or they can be in that fire that they will be the one losing everything against them.
Oh yeah, now it's going to be really tricky. as to how they make their comeback, because more than Skyforce, for Miracle Vibes need these crucial points. AGON X, like you said, they are just in the nearby vicinity, as IC will lob that grenade, but it is not going to where he really intended. Oh my god, through those open areas, he's maybe trying to spot out Apex, but yeah, he's got to kind of watch out. He's got to get some cover, because for Miracle Vibes, they are receiving some assistance action. He's going to make his way, but for Miracle Vibes had a really good position until this grenade from IC comes in and takes down Apex for good. But watch out. Does he know where Doc is? And the answer is going to be no, as IC just not gets picked off, but also eliminated into thin air. And AGON X, out of nowhere, they come in from the backlines. In fact, they get the confirmation. So for Miracle Vibes, now they're aware of all these interventions coming in from AGON X, as they are trying to breach in through those bridges. And things definitely have become much more spicier.
Oh, it has become much more spicier as the team gets eliminated. Skyforce is out of the match. 2 elimination for the team AGON this time around. But the fights have already begun on the different planes. NFT, they're taking the fight. 7th Element also on some receiving ends. A VOIN initiating with some grenades, trying to get some elimination for themselves. But the back-to-back grenades on Team VOIN. Dr. K gets him down. Team 4 is in the cover, but the grenade, the fire from the PRMN gets another one of the Team 7th Element down, as Team 7th Element loses 2 players. This is the third one that might have been knocked out at that time. But no, 1 player, in fact, was survived. He almost instantly gets eliminated. Maxus gets another one down, and 7th Element is down to the last man standing. But no, VOIN says a no. Even T24 succumbs to the elimination, and VOIN gets their 8th elimination with just 1 casualty in this fight. It is a great start for the team VOIN, as well as they have already secured 48 points. These 8 points are definitely going to help them to get onto the 56 marker. The 50 marker has been crossed upon the team VOIN and A1 so far.
Indeed, and they started off against DRS, and they kind of exercised authority even against the likes of 7th Element. Just after 7th Element had a really good squad fight over there and against ARF. Yeah, this was one of those fights they might have wanted to avoid, but it is what it is, right? But now we're seeing so many of those teams kind of falling out, and now just those final 12 remain, as we get to see another circle shift. RRQ right at the very center. They want to get some high ground presence. They want to have some compound in under the control. And KOD Esports, they're not too far either, right? They're just playing around that forest area. They've had a really good start in Sanhok, getting the chicken dinner, so the morals are definitely up high. Of course, you would expect to see Yummy perform, and I hope they do, because I really want to see the distance between Boom and the other teams closing out. But RRQ, the table toppers, no matter whatever happens, somehow they're able to kind of have that dominance in the overall standing, still at the very top. VOIN, the team that's running second, we've been talking about them having really good Miramar games. But Torix, this is a really positive start they've had in Erangel. And with all those juicy finish points, I'm pretty sure if they kind of get maybe a top 3 finish, then maybe they might challenge RRQ for that first spot.
Oh, they need some more eliminations, yes, and they will be challenging the team RRQ, because in fact team RRQ in this match, they have not secured a single elimination point for themselves, and I think that's not the way to go for team RRQ, because even if you are trying to get a complete safe side for yourself, you still need some eliminations. You still need to maintain that quality that you have been providing for the players, for your audience in the like yesterday and today's first match. You have to make that, you have to continue that. Rage taking the fight against the team VOIN. VOIN a while ago took another fight and came out victorious of that, and once again, as they were rotating, they have been secured by another team. They might be taking this fight, or they might be disengaging in it, because so far it is the corner of the circle. You need to have a good position. You need to make sure that you are somewhat in the centralized, where you have the opportunity to take all the 4 angles for yourself. But Rage Sarah, so far alongside of the rest of the team Rage, they're the 4-man, not taking yet another fight. Team Rage is somewhat taking a slow pace start as well, and I'm talking about majority of the teams, because Team Rage, Team Boom, even Team IHC alongside of Deadeye's guys, they have not taken any kind of fight.
At least as of now. I think they're just waiting for the circle to start closing in. They have a better picture as to where the zone takes them next. And whilst all that reversing around, we might get to witness a couple of fights. But like we discussed, VOIN Esports just losing out on one player and getting 8 points in return. I think that's a trade-off that I can certainly live with. But hold on, for MERICAL vibes, 2 players surviving. And seems like they might just be chased down by the players of VOIN. But Doc, that is some amazing spray coming in from his side. As the Ramen comes in through, it is going to be Doc against Doctor. Doctor definitely having that advantage over there. The cover from the vehicles as Doc, he seems to have taken a little bit of a damage over there, as now Doctor wants to capitalize as Doc. He shifted on towards his DBS, trying to absolutely explode that vehicle, but then he comes out of cover. Doctor on really low HP, but Doc
nice
gets
position.
punished from the back lines, and that marks the end for him. But Doctor, look at him. He gets picked off by Drawlin, and suddenly Rage, they've joined the party.
Rage has joined the third party, taking one player down and securing the second player's elimination. Look at that. That was not even his elimination to begin with, but he stole it up. He made sure that it do come out for him, and Team Rage with the first elimination to their name. They might be moving towards the Doctor side to get their second elimination as well, and that's exactly what they're doing. Team of VOIN now have to be super safe, because even if you have those 10 eliminations, the position that you're on right now is not going to be good. But Team Rage says no. Team Rage says otherwise. Eliminates the last player of the Team VOIN, and they're over. They're on the hashtag number 10 that gets eliminated. The circle takes another shift on the bridge side and fixes. Remember my prediction. I told you it was going to be on the bridge side, and it is. And there's going to be chaos that's going to get loose now.
Yeah, I mean, the floodgates have opened already, and now it's going to be such an exciting matchup. But hold on, T2K, they're in a little bit of a pickle over here, as Love is being pushed on by the players of Deadeyes, guys. But Jane, that grenade taking down 2 players, that's really lovely. And now suddenly the tables have turned. Yeta Uta is the last solo player surviving. Certainly will get that knock on Love, but gets that finish on his teammate as Suyok just trying to drive by right by him. And then the second car also comes in, but suddenly T2K needs some stability, as Yeta Uta does not want to go without a fight, as he's managed to try and dish out some amount of damage, but it is eventually going to be Rig who puts a stop on him. And there you have T2K get another squad wipe.
Look at Suyog's HP. You cannot even see that. It is literally, you say, he's just 1 HP going Rush. But the sad part was the player's gun gets on the reload. He was trying to press the fire, but no ammo. No ammo was coming out of it. No Mercy with the grenade. It gets a damage on 2 players. A great start, but as No Mercy goes forward, he has also been taken away. Team RRQ also losing this match with not even a single elimination, and I think that's a bad start that the Team RRQ has taken. Even if you have survived for this long, you still get out with 0 position, 0 elimination points. Team Boom, they're in the vicinity of the Team R9. A1 TMT has right now the best chance of closing up that gap against the team of VOIN or the Team RRQ if they want to. But for that, they have to be really careful. Talking about the Team Boom, so far they have not even taken a fight as well. But yes, they are receiving some damage on themselves as well. Alter Egos, in the meanwhile, in the midst of all this fight against Team R9, Team IHC, it is a 3-way deadlock that the teams will be facing in a little moment, in a little while. But it's not that high. It's not that much that the teams cannot disengage. So there's still a moment. There's still a chance that if you want to survive more, you don't have to just leave the house and you'll be good to go. But AGON X I8, they want to take some fights. They want some eliminations in this match as well, because so far they have only managed to secure 2. Rage is in their vicinity, taking 1 down. And right with this, Team AGON, they're not leaving their position off the bridges fixes.
Oh yeah, I mean, why should they at this point? You know, they would want to exercise their authority over there. They've got a beautiful spread, but the only thing that is starting to worry me, if even a single player gets knocked out, it is going to be so difficult to try and force a revive. Look at IQ's position. Crypto, of course, from the backlines. We know he's got that supremacy with that M4, and he's done this time and again. And suddenly, Rage, they decide to group up. Now, Shera and Drolin, they're inside that little warehouse over there, and few couple of grenades and one knock, and maybe AGON I8 might get a little ambitious in trying to force that, but looks like Team Ghost, Noki, he's gotten a knock on the players of IHC. We did touch upon it a couple of moments earlier that they were coming in from the back lines, and the breach had to be there because the circle kind of shifting away from them, the circle going towards Ferry Pair. Of course, IHC, they were in a good spot, but hold on, Team Ghost, they need to be wary of the fact that you also have another very aggressive team, and that's going to be Alter Ego.
Early rotations, Team R9, that's trying to take. You have to be careful of the Team IHC, Alter Egos. That's in the midst of all these fights. It's not just one team that you're up against. It's two different teams that you have to be very off. And a single wrong move, a single wrong rotation will mean not only you will be facing both of the teams at the same time, you will be in the sandwich situation. IHC Zeol waiting on the top of that hill. But the fights are not actually engaging. They even want to drag this out a little bit further, trying IHC. From IHC side, Zeol, in fact, he's trying to look at the Team Boom as well. Team Boom, as they were somewhat a little while ago in the midst of this same fight, they decided to disengage, and I think that's a good move that the Team Boom has taken for themselves, because now they know that any team that will be coming from their back will be the only one that's coming. Either they're going to disengage and it will be a chaos that's back-to-back cars coming around your way, or it's just one team that you have to take care of if the fights persist. But yes, we are down to the top 8 teams, and finally, anyone from this point onward that gets eliminated is going to receive a single point for themselves. A1 3-man, T2K and Team Ghost. They're the ones alongside of Team Boom and AGON X I8 that have a complete squad, but the rest of the teams, either it's a duo or it's a trio.
Oh, indeed. Now, with just 8 teams remaining, Torix, now things are going to get really exciting because, with the zone shifting like this, IHC, like you said, they have a really good spot, but what matters is where the 5th circle shift shall be. Now, AGON I8, they still find themselves inside the zone and have a decent control. Now, if it's a favor towards the eastern side, I think their chances of winning this game does increase, but hold on, Cheesecake spotted out the players of A1 TMT. We have seen right from the very start of the game, they did clutch it out against Horaa. That was a beautiful moment. Hitman really stepping it up a notch, but this is what I'm really happy about, and at the same time concerned about AGON I8. Imagine, even if a single player gets knocked out, it's going to be so difficult trying to force that revive, but IHC, they had their attention elsewhere, and this is where slyly Team Ghost would capitalize on that situation, get those couple of finishes, which is definitely going to come down to haunt them towards the end. But A1 TMT, they decide to ram in on towards this warehouse, but look at T2K. Hellrat Fury is right from their side.
Hellrat Fury is right from their side. A1 TMT waiting for the moment that they can aggress on the players, but Shera is on fire. He is literally on fire. Gets taken down by Deathstorm, but Drolin makes sure that Deathstorm, and at the same time, the other one of Team A1 TMT is down, and he gets another one picked up. Team Rage, that was a beautiful 1v3 from Drolin's side, making sure his team thrives, but for how long? Because Team AGON is there, and with a single shot of the DBS, they take them down as well. The 4 elimination are right now in the favor of the Team AGON, and they're on the top 6. 2 points will be given out to them, even if they get eliminated at this point.
Oh, indeed. I mean, I loved every single bit of that fight, Drolin. The way he held on to his composure, the way he held on to his calmness over there. I think that was a beautiful clutch. But yeah, this was sort of inevitable, right? AGON I8 had to get inside the circle, and what better way than securing a few finishes and trying to filter in. But once we take a look at the circle, again, it's sort of favored towards the players of IHC. They've got some center ground, but do not have enough numbers on them. So the chances are quite minuscule over there. But for Boom Esports, they have to be very watchful, very careful, because AGON I8, oh my god, they just let loose of those bullets. and this might come to bite them towards the end as T2K getting a little aggressive, getting a little closer towards the players of Alter Ego. And it's not just T2K, it is also the team GHOOST that has decided to force themselves in.
Oh, it's back-to-back elimination. That's gonna happen as soon as one team gets annihilated. The other one will be trying to come out on top as well. Rig is on the reload, whereas Jane is gonna go for the elimination, and he does it. Badru has been finished up. Team R9 in the backside, waiting out for the third party, but T2K in the meanwhile, they have secured the 7 elimination to their name. R9 also waiting out for the opportunity in the backside. Ghost cooking up that grenade. He's gonna throw it in, but will it hit? Will it do the connectivity on the player is the bigger question. On the other side, Team IC taking the fight against the team of AGON X I8. Alter Ego gets taken down by Team T2K, but R9's grenades is also making a heavy work of the team as well. Boom. Also facing some shots, INC against Team Agon. So back-to-back, all these 4 teams, all these 5 teams are taking the fight back-to-back. But the circle is for the Team INC. They can handle it up. If they can handle it up, in fact, they will be having that winner in a chicken nerf to their name. But R9 slowly and steadily, they're going to push with the Molotov. I think there is a slight chance that they can get the eliminations for themselves. But things are looking grim for Agon, and as they get eliminated, I think it is over for Team Agon. And yes, Agon is out of the match on the hashtag number 5 with just the 5 elimination. But we're down to the top 4 teams fixes. Finally, all the 4 teams are consisted of 12 total players. It's either a duo, a trio, and Team R9 as they have a complete squad. It's up to the manpower for the Team R9 to do something.
You know, low-key, Team Ghost, they've been impressing us so much. You know, from beneath the shadows, they strike, and T2K, they're in a whole world of hurt. Already 2 players have been taken down. Love gets finished off, and Noki, he is going to be the harbinger of death and destruction inside this particular lobby. But IHC, now this is where they would be really sad. They would be wondering, they would be hoping, had they had a couple of players more alive, this chicken dinner would have 100% been theirs. But knowing them, they can still convert it. But considering the fact you've got the likes of Boom and Ghost, Team Ghost pushing at the same time, it is going to be very tough.
Oh, it is going to be a really tough scenario, but Team R9, Noki, look at that, back-to-back, some knockouts. First against T2K, now against Team Boom, and in the meanwhile, in the mist, not even losing a single player. It is a great start for the Team R9. This can be the start for the Team R9 once again in today's matches. Abel has a grenade in his hand, but will it hit? Will he throw on the Team R9 side is the bigger question. They all also have a grenade that he can throw against the Team Boom, but yes, so far, Team IHC has been surrounded by all of the sides. They don't have anywhere else to go aside from staying in this building and waiting out for a complete rush. But a DBS shot from Abel's side is going to take down Waz. Waz is throwing... In fact, Ghost is throwing back-to-back grenades and the Molotovs to try to make his way around the Team IHC, but Team IHC knows their way. They know how to handle that rush. They know how to handle that pickle situation for themselves as well. Joel, as he's cooking up the grenade, he's going to throw it out. It's going to hit the player. Ghost gets taken down, and at the same time, Waz gets a confirmation. It is going back to a 2 versus 3 fight. Boom now has the man advantage. R9, the way that they rushed, it was great, but the execution, they couldn't work on the execution, and that is their demise right now. But from the backside, we are seeing Noki giving a beautiful knock. Supraman now can take down Abel, but it is AKM versus the DBS. That will happen, and Abel is not going to budge out from this position. He's going to wait out for Noki. The DBS shots are definitely hitting. Noki gets taken down. There is a grenade on Abel's side, but Abel needs to move out. Abel needs to leave this position. R9 Superman comes in and gets taken down by the fire of Abel, but not before another grenade comes in and takes him down, and boom with a boom gets that winner chicken dinner.
What a start, and how have they kept on to this momentum? Back to back chickens for Boom Esports, and they would be skyrocketing through the
Oh,
overall
yes.
standings right now, propelling themselves definitely to the top five at the very least. But regardless, I mean, what a matchup it was. We have to be honest. Now, the way the circle started playing with the hearts of all these players, IHC, they were in the thick and
Oh,
thins of things, and yeah, really had a commanding position initially, but just to get picked off by, I think two of their players just went down to maybe GHOOST and some other players also. But yeah, overall, we saw some, action right from the very get-go. We did see DRS getting picked off. We also had some clashes around Yasnaya, but Boom Esports being very patient, ever so calm, did manage to eventually get the final laugh.
yes. But for now, guys, we will be going on a short break. If you are still watching the stream, make sure you do hit that like button and make sure you do subscribe because the action is just about to begin. This was just the second match. There are still three
Yes.
matches remaining. And until then, see you guys after the short break.
All right. I mean, the start to the day was absolutely fantastic, with the way Boom has been playing. Just resonates boom, boom throughout the lobby. But a beautiful game of Erangel nonetheless as we come down to the post segment of this matchup in Torix. It has to be really interesting with how teams really picked up those fights. A few very good moments, I think, one of which for MERICAL vibes in VOIN, and suddenly you've got the other teams also kind of trying to get a piece of the pie. But let's look at some statistics out here. Of course, it is Boom Esports. Again, not a really high fragging game, but still a chicken dinner. 13 points more collected from this game. I think the boys must be too happy.
Oh, the boys must be. In fact, will be happy because the winner chicken dinner is an accomplishment in itself, and the team has in fact secured that accomplishment for themselves. That's 3 elimination and a winner chicken dinner to their name. Even if you don't have those elimination points that much, the winner chicken dinner in itself do comes out like makes it up for it. Yes, but Team IHC, Team R9, and T2K, these 3 teams, the way that they played in the last match, it was amazing. And I can already see the most valuable player being a Rig from the T2K side for elimination. And on the dot, 600 damage by this player. He knew when he had to stop, at where he had to stop. A 600 damage. It's a great number to see. My anxiety is getting relieved up by this, but yes, assist, threes, knockouts at 2, and a contribution. Oh my god, this guy has a contribution number of 44.4% as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, this particular player, especially T2K, the way they've been playing, right? Just third-partying teams down and right. The way they kind of entered in through the forest, got those fights. I think there was one other moment around that visit tower. We kind of saw that situation get really, really intense. But yeah, Alter Ego. I mean, Badru, he's been one of those players that has really stepped up this time, because when you look at Alter Ego, it's been mostly about Rosemary. But Meow Meow from IHC, I think he played really well, because honestly, for IHC, we did discuss about it, right? From the very beginning, they
Yeah.
had such a good position in the circle, but losing out on 2 of their players, and eventually in that final particular fight, it had to be, a certain team, R9 did push out on them, who apparently have had a really, really good game. And let's be honest, Oryx, I think R9, or rather Ghost, they have been such a low-key team that I've been loving how they've been performing through and through about, because this is one of those teams that will not make a lot of noise, but if you look at them every single game, they get a decent position for themselves, something of averaging around 6 to 7 8 points a game, which I think at the grand scheme of things puts them in such a fighting spot for the first position.
It is a fighting spot for the first position, and I think majority of the teams are actually aiming out for that as well. But going to the match summary, we are seeing 69 total eliminations, 5,121 healing. Not a lot of healing this time in this match, but 72 total knockouts. The throwable used has gone considerably up from just the double digits to almost the triple digits on the 200 marker. 203 airdrop looted, just 1 in this match with a total of 12 headshots. CRYPTO doing the longest elimination in this match of 361 meters with 21 rescues done by the complete teams in this match. A great summary, I'd say. A consistent summary, whereas the damage and the healing and even the rescues are justified.
Oh, indeed. Now, when you take a look at the match rankings, like we said, right, T2K, they've been really nice. Of course, Boom Esports get those 13 points. I'd see this performance isn't too shabby either. But Team Ghost, now we have been talking about them time and time again. The way they're getting these points, 11 in this one, even the previous one was kind of decent. But VOIN Esports, now this is a team. They've been the talk of the town, at least in this matchup. They've went very heavy on all the others, getting those 10 elims, certainly are in the right path. And especially with considering that Miramar is going to be the next map, they are one of the favorites in this one. But when we talk about teams that really could not step up, yes, RRQ has to be one of those bigger names. But yeah, DRS did not have a good start either. But regardless, the teams that we needed to watch in this one that made a long, long way from up home. You talk about Team Ghost, they traveled 16,000 meters, and then you've got the likes of Alter Ego, T2K, and A1 TMT had a whole different journey from Yasnaya.
Oh, they had a whole different journey from Yasnaya Poliana, but yes, and even the throwable used by these teams, you can already see they did a good number. Ghost were on the aggressive side, whereas we are seeing the T2K were somewhat on the defensive side with the smokes, heavy smokes that they have deployed. for themselves. Alter Ego, they somewhat did the similar thing. They were on the equilibrium, 6 grenades, 11 smokes. But yes, the overall leaderboard is here with the Rex Regum still on the top. 63 points. They did not manage to secure a single point because they got eliminated at the hashtag number 9 with 0 elimination. Team VOIN outdone themselves, 58 points. Now, once again, the fight is off 5 total points against these two teams. Team Ghost also outdunning themselves, getting straight up from the hashtag number 6 to 7 to the top 3. 57 points for the Team Ghost. A1 TMT, 55. Same for the Team T2K as well. DRS with 48. 46 for Alter Egos. IHC also securing their first chart positions. And now with 44 points. And last but not the least, on the first chart, we are seeing Skyforce with 42 points.
This is what I was talking about when we discussed about Team Ghost, right? Not really far away, still in contention. If they have a next good game, could potentially maybe even take the first spot. But when we were talking about teams that have really stepped off massively, of course, it's been Boom Esports. They were languishing at the very bottom and now just at the cusps of entering the first chart. But for AGON I8, I think was a decent game. I mean, considering how they had the majority of the circle for a long, long time. But, one team I really want to bring the entire light upon has to be about Team Rich and one player, Trollin. That clutch against A1 TMT, that was something out of the books and something we really did not see coming. Taking down 3 players in quick succession. However, AGON I8 did capitalize on that. Horaa Esports did not really have a good one in this one, even for the likes of MERICAL vibes. Kind of got pincered. They had that fight against Skyforce, and suddenly AGON I8 also came for a third party. But Seventh Element, now this is also one of those teams that did take a very good fight against Team ARF, if I'm not wrong. Goku Bot really, really impressed me in that single situation where he had a completely different angle. When ARF had all the advantage in the world, he was the one who kind of flipped that kill switch over there, and suddenly the entire dynamics of the fight kind of changed. But yeah, their happiness was sort of short-lived because in the next fight they also got dealt with. But now we're done with the first 2 games. We can see some consistency coming out of Team IHC, Team Boom Esports. They're definitely there. Ghost, they are keeping themselves in contention. But for the Nepali teams, I think it has been a couple of them. T2K, I must say, they've done pretty decent. But the others, however, really need to step up.
Oh, the other do need to step up at that time, and they have to make sure that these are the 3 matches, the next 3 matches, that what makes them count. You don't have that much time. You don't have that much time to go around, change your strategies, play with one strategy at that time and change it indefinitely in the matches, during the matches. Go malleable. Go either with no strategies or a singular strategy at all, because that might be the only thing that you need. You need to change the pace that you're playing with, and that might help you a lot in the upcoming matches. So go for a slow pace, go for a fast pace, it's up to you. But yes, if you are going for a single pace, keep up to it. Do not go up and down, because those level do not mix up very well. They will be the one that they will be one of the factors. They will be one of the reason that you might get eliminated early on. So yes, the next matches are really crucial. We are almost officially at the halfway point, because this third match will be the one that will decide which teams might be able to stay on the top or not. It is the Miramar. It is the slow and dry pace map, whereas the teams do go for the ridges, do go for the mountain tops, and try to hold down those forts. But circle will be the crucial factor. Where the circle will go, where the circle will be headed out, it will decide whether the teams will survive or not.
Oh yeah, I think in Miramar, this has to be again brought up, right? VOIN Esports. Now, this is again Torix. Yesterday we saw them; they got a chicken, and in the other Miramar also had a very good outing. So this is one of those teams to look out for. They've dominated the region. I think a couple of PWSL. I think they also did perform really well in that. But when you look at them overall, right? I think this is where they finally starting to stage their comeback, because now they're also in the top 3, and not a lot of difference really stands between them and the other teams. But the top three, they are really looking solid. They're really looking strong. A1 TMT still in the mix. They had a really good fight, but that clutch against Drolin, that's something that might come down to haunt them towards the end. But Miramar is about to start, and of course, I'm starting to speculate who is going to take a chicken dinner. Of course, we have a few favorites. Skyforce also did manage to win yesterday, but let's see today what does Miramar have in store for us as we already set sail. It is all the way from the top left inside from Trailer Park towards Minas Tirith Valley. Again, a very drastic, a very treacherous flight path trajectory. I'm starting to ponder on what the first circle has in store for us.
Oh, yes. The circle is going to be crucial because from the ruined side towards all the way to the southern side of the Lost Leons, this is the complete western favored. The plane line has completely favored the western side. Whereas we need to in fact see where the circle will be headed out. If it goes to the hard eastern areas like El Azhar, Tierra Blanca, it's going to be detrimental for the teams to either move like on the early stages or face the consequences. You need to at least have a car. You need to at least have a vehicle for yourself if you want to survive in these complete matches. But yes, the team slowly and steadily, they're taking the drops. They're going on their designated location. Lost Leons might be contested by the players, but that's about it. Aside from that, Minas Del Valle is that area, whereas 2 or 3 different teams are right now going towards 2.
Oh yeah, and now at this point, I'm starting to get concerned about all those teams trying to take an early parachute towards that eastern side, and we have been witnessing a lot of those early battles, haven't we? Especially in Erangel, before even the circle was formed, there had been teams that had been wiped out. I've been talking about DRS. They've really not had a good start to the day. But seems like 7th Element, oh my god, they always somehow have trouble lurking around them. But RRQ, now this is one of those teams we need to focus upon. The first game, yeah, it was quite good. They did manage to make a long rotation, but in the second one, they kind of got picked off a little early. But now look at that, Team Ghost at being at the receiving end of things, and it is a fight against Team NFT.
Oh yes, back-to-back 2 fights. NFT using Winchester, but faced with the wrath of 686, gets taken down. Ghost also securing some elimination. Team R9 beautifully executing the fight. 2 elimination to their name. 2 players are also knocked out, but yes, the fight is actually continuing. Rage Trollin also aggressing against the team RRQ at this moment, at this particular vicinity. Trollin entering out that area, but what is going on with the Team Ghost? They have been annihilated by the hand of Team NFT. The moment that they started the fight, it was amazing, but now the execution was not on the way. On the other side, we are seeing the Team Rage versus the Team RRQ. The top contender teams, the 2 top contenders, had actually gone to the early stages of fights, and out of which Team Ghost, have been annihilated.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of fights, like we discussed, have already broken out, and the tabletoppers, of course, might have lost out on the overall top fragger sack, but still have secured 2 finishes to their names. Rage definitely did not want to go down without a fight, still in the scenario over here. But for what it's worth, the first circle is a little bit tilted towards the southern side, just favoring those areas across Chumacera. You've got some control around Monte Nuevo. The eastern high ground advantage is going to be very helpful for all these teams, whoever makes it first. But it seems like it's just not RRQ. It is also going to be 7th Element, and Goku bot. This man seems to be on fire. The way he kind of knocked him out from such a far range, I do not know what scope he had. The one we were spectating just had a red dot, but looks like they have to watch out for their nearby vicinity, because Team Rage, they also come in and get a knockover.
Oh my god, back-to-back some knocks, back-to-back some eliminations. It's happening. 7th Element against the Team Rage. Rage on the receiving end, whereas they're down to the last 2 players, and out of which one of them is on his knees. Alian pushing forward, T24 trying to give out a cover, but in the meanwhile, Team Rage is definitely going to receive a revival. Team Rage will go back on the two-man squad right now at this time, and Zibian trying to hold down the fort as the Shera heals himself in the vicinity, but a headshot from the Thompson. Second headshot connects. Zibian gets 2 to 4 down, but he gets also knocked away. M249 on the way, and the Shera gets that elimination. Zibian doing a huge 1v2, 1v3 against Team 7th Element, and the rest of the work goes on the name of the Team Rage.
Oh, indeed. And this is such a good start. I mean, I have to say, did get off on a good note, but RRQ, they seem like they are enraged over here. As Alter Ego, they have a different fight going on, but Nerfico, he does not want to back off from this. Shera not having the best of HP, still fighting it out with that machine gun out on his hand as on really low HP, almost about to get taken down. Indeed has been, but Zibian responds, but from the far off fray, it is gonna be No Mercy, who indeed lives up to his name, and Rage, the happiness did not last long as they also take an exit from the server.
Oh, some early aggression, some early exodus from this game number 3. The moment, like it was a Miramar, the team has decided to go complete haywire. So far, 3 total teams have been annihilated. Another fight on its way. Deadeye's guys are on the receiving edge. Look at that. Another player of the team Deadeye's guys have been finished up. But in the meanwhile, T2K, this team has outdone themselves in the last match as well. And even in this match, they are trying to make sure that they take a slow pace early start and continue it with some fast-paced action. But Suyog waiting out, Love also rotating, Jane getting some loot, more loot in fact for his team. It's a great start for the team T2K as well if they manage to like secure the like circles in fact for themselves. That is the big thing, because you need to have the circle at all cost. In Miramar, if you have the circle, you control all the team rotations.
Oh, indeed. I mean, the circle and the position, right? That comes to be the key, the secret sauce over here. There's 2 ways, always, in the world of PUBG Mobile. Of course, in every Battle Royale, either you fight your way through the circle, or you just have a good position, you defend it with all your might, and yeah, the chicken dinner could be yours. Easier said than done, of course. But now, look at RRQ. Seems like they're just not done with wiping down Team Rage, and they might have come in dashing over DRS. Now, Gyante, he's got all that information. Now, the big question, I feel like Hexes has no clue that he is being watched upon. And at the moment he comes out in the open, Gyante, he hasn't moved a muscle, but considering the fact that Hexes has taken a couple of shots there, certainly knows that trouble has come his way, and the entire horde comes pushing at his direction.
No.
The grenade being dropped down does some decent amount of damage, but it's not going to be enough. But still, Hexes keeps the fight alive, but being pushed from every single possible direction. RRQ, they've taken yet another loss.
RRQ have you taken yet another loss. This time in this match, they have finally decided to take some early fights, out of which they came out on top on the win in 1 for elimination to their name. So a great start. I still say it's a great start. They still have the opportunity. They still have the chance. They can still maintain their top 1 position. But Team VOIN is still the contenders. A1 and T2K are still the contenders. You are easily replaceable from the like the hashtag number 1 by these teams if they manage to play a really good match of the Miramar. But Team AGON X I8, if we are talking about them so far, they're somewhat close to the Team Alter Egos, but judging from the locations AGON has and the Team Alter Ego has, they are kind of scattered away from each other. Alter Ego, even if they get a knockout on themselves, they have the chance to heal, like revive, get the get a full heal, medkit done and dusted. But Cheesecake is the one that's going to be detrimental in all of this fight, because Team AGON, they're taking the fight from the forefront, whereas Cheesecake is that particular player that's changing his location, changing his position, and making sure that all the different angles that the team AE can secure for themselves, they get for it for themselves and take down Team AE altogether.
Oh yeah, at this point, things are looking a little bit shaky as to how this fight is gonna emerge. Indeed has already started. Rosemary at the leading front of it all. As you can see, another player trying to create that little bit of a flank angle. Now I8, they really need to group up. They really need to get their forces together, because if you have to collide against a team like Alter Ego, you better have every single man on the deck. Now Rosemary, he's on the lower ground, and this puts the players of AGON I8 with a little bit of that advantage. Few couple of grenades and lobbed in the right direction could do some massive amount of damage. Now hands for you. Let's see. Now, for the setup, if you talk about it, IQ, he is really making an interesting move. Now, if that works out, that is going to be absolutely detrimental for the players of Alter Ego. But if he gets picked off, now where he has been spotted out, things might really go alright for them. Rosemary, he's taken quite some damage over here, needs to patch himself up, but does not have a single first aid on him. As hands for you, still fixated on Falak, but Alter Ego need to understand they somehow need to disengage from their fight, get back to optimum HP, and maybe then re-engage. But the big question is AGON I8 gonna let them do so? As Falak, there you go, he finds the sneaky assassin Badru and puts him down to ground.
Puts him down to ground, and this is the first knockout against the team Alter Ego that the team AGON has secured. 6 more grenades and cheesecakes, and it can be Rosemary that's going to receive the second wrath of the grenade. But no, Rosemary still secured. Crypto on the fire gets Rosemary down, and this is the crucial angle that we were talking about. This was the moment that AGON X I8 had the fight in their clutches. Hands for you also gets eliminated, and it's over. It's over. Somewhat for the team Alter Ego, it's going to be over, as Alva is the final man standing. He's in the smokes. As soon as he gets out, as soon as he's spotted, the fire will be upon him. Alva is behind that non-usable car and now in the compounds, but Team I8 know that they have only secured the 3 eliminations. They need to have the 4. They need to get that 4th elimination, but this is the wrong move. Crypto, you can be eliminated at this point, but Falak for the rescue is coming in for the close, but no, it's going to be a hard decision. Falak also gets taken down, and finally, as Team AGON X I8, the cavalry, the arsenal comes in play. Team AGON wins this fight, gets the 4 elimination on the 37 total points. Now Team AGON has to revive their players up, but the circle has gone a hard south Western shift.
Yeah, but I really liked how AGON I8 approached that particular fight, right? They made all that right decisions, but seems like their happiness is going to be a little short-lived, because we've got VOIN Esports. Now, bear in mind, now this team, of course, has really impressed us in terms of how they've approached their Miramars. So this is one of those fights that maybe AGON I8 would want to avoid early on into the game. Certainly, having such a good start, they would want to hold on to the numbers they have. But with all those bullets being exchanged from 2 different directions, now I think AGON I8 realize of the threat looming around them, and they would want to maybe disengage. Now, still inside the zone, not really concerning for them, have the higher ground control, but you've got to be very careful, because now if the spread also happens from VOIN Esports' side, and if even a single player of AGON I8 gets knocked down and is a little far from his pack, VOIN is one of those teams that will never shy. But I really loved how AGON I8 made all those maneuvers in that fight against Alter Ego. You could see those mind games come into play. Everybody trying to create a different flank angle, trying to find and thread the needle over there. But it was AGON I8. They were prepared for all those adversities, and they really came out on top over there.
Oh, they definitely came out on top over there, but now against the Team VOIN, they have to be even more careful. Team Boom, in the meanwhile, they're close to the Team 4 MV for MERICAL vibes. Doc rotating, QB waiting out, and with his 9 tails being out from the back, he's gonna definitely use the chakra to find out the players. But Baron has a beautiful position, and I don't even know how you get over there. Correct me, Fixes, if you know how to get there, because I need to know. I need to know how he got on that top of the oil rig.
Could have just taken a leap from over the hills. But regardless, jokes apart, Baron still manages to convert this into gold.
Look at this.
Gives his team, he's taken, he's gotten some Parker skills, and seems like, Baron does have a nice prospect in that aspect as well. And this is what sets the players of MERICAL vibes apart, right? Trying to get those off angles, and trying to search for ways to find them, and getting that knock gives them a nice advantage in that particular situation. but those shots being taken will not do anything at all, as VOIN Esports are getting that revive on having some good cover to themselves. Now, the fight is definitely going to reset, but Baron's position, it, I believe, has been compromised. He did not have a suppressor on his weapon. And boom, they know that you've got an aerial threat looming over your head, so you have to act accordingly. But looking at IHC, they're in a little bit of a pickle over here, as yours is stuck in a situation over there as he lobs that grenade, but still having taken some massive amount of damage. Sky is not gonna hinder himself, rather pushes on and gets that knock. So Horaa having really good start into the game, but Horaa getting traded off, and this is a fight that's breaking out as Demo fighting 1v1, and it is gonna be Malik who comes out on top.
Oh, beautifully done by Sky. Team Horaa, in fact, at the very least. 2 players from Team IT is down. The rest of the Team Horaa is actually aggressing upon. Godless needs to heal, but you have a backstab as well, and the backstab comes in the clutch. Abel trying to give out the cover, but no. So far, just a 1 knockout on Mafia, but the Sky Horaa is actually getting that revival. Sky, as he's getting the revive, No Fear is also trying to make his way out in the open and trying to relocate with his team. He has to come because this is not a fight you can take out all alone. This is not a fight that the team can take without all the 4 players. Abel throwing the grenades, also receiving a lot of damage on his side as well. He's the last man standing. He's the last guy that has the arsenal for the team like at this time IHC, but no bro Horaa, he couldn't reach in time. Abel gets that elimination, and back to back because some knockouts is happening, but Horaa gets that final elimination, nail in the coffin on the team IHC. IHC gets taken away. T2K, AGON X I8, they also take some fights, but the fights, that's the big thing about Miramar. You never know when the fight actually progresses or the fight actually disengages. It all happens in a jiffy, and as we see for MERICAL Vibes, they were the first one to initiate the fight against the team Boom. This fight is still happening.
Oh, indeed. And I'm just starting to wonder who is going to join in the action of it all. It is going to be Skyforce. So we've got 2 Mongolian teams, and we've got Boom Esports, who've been having such a great game, but seems like now things won't last for long, because now Skyforce, now this sort of puts them in a very clobbered down situation. And Baron, he does not want to spare anyone at all. In fact, dishing some massive amount of damage onto its action. Now look at how he's trying to thread the needle. Just slight, minute angles and action. He's taken some heavy hitting. But, you know, had he not had that level 3 helmet, I'm pretty sure action would have been knocked out. But still, I mean, of course, the players of MERICAL Vibes would not have gotten in for the push. But maybe Skyforce would have backed off. But regardless, Boom really finding themselves in a bad spot. But T2K not really having the greener side as well, because one of their players has already been taken down. Of course, the revival will come in. That's not going to be an issue, Torix over here. But losing out on your vest and helmet and all those resources early on into this game, that's a little concerning.
Oh, definite. So far, they have some good openings at the early stages of the game, but they have to make the consistency. They have to keep the consistency up and running, because that would get you more elimination, more points for yourself. The circle has already taken another shift. The circle has already gone to a different plane. So far, some of the teams are outside, and we are seeing as ARF trying to take the fight against the team AGON XI. They're not actually been able to take the fight, because AGON has a cover, has the ridges for themselves, and they're even moving. They're even trying to move inside of that circle, but this is the mountain climb that's going to slow down your pace. That's going to give ARF a chance to shoot at you. But Team SF, in the meanwhile, against the Team 4MV, once again, they want to take the fight, as Doc is finally down from the oil rig. He had his fair share of oil. He's rich now, so he has to come down and take the fight alongside of his team.
Now Skyforce. Now this is one of those teams yesterday we saw in the final game of Miramar Torix. They did manage to get a chicken dinner. and now they know that how important the high ground advantage will really calm down and help them out. But the way the circle has really shifted, A1 TMT find themselves in a really good spot. But look at that for MERICAL vibe. In fact, QB finding the better out of Suyog will take him down for good as T2K lose out on yet another man. Now T2K, we've seen them having really decent performances, especially in terms of taking those fights. But for MERICAL vibes, seem to find themselves in a really pickled up situation. But what on earth is that circle shift? We were talking about A1 TMT having such a high ground, and suddenly everything just falls on the laps of the players of DRS.
The higher they go, the lower they have to come now. Team VOIN, they're also like at the corner of the circle, waiting out for the team ARF. The fight definitely can happen, but yes, the circle is going to be detrimental for many of the team, A1 in total, in fact. So all the teams that were at the Western Angles, we saw like a lot of teams, they have to like take the fight, they have to take the stance and get inside of the circle as soon as possible, and that's where the fights are going to actually begin. NFT, they have decided to take the fight, they have decided to engage on the fight, but as they get up some eliminations for themselves, Team RRQ is also out. The fire has been done, but it's not enough for the elimination. But look at the kill feed, look at the DRS. For MERICAL vibes is out of the match because of the team DRS's shots. And as we are talking still about the team ARF, as they're still on our screen, fixes not a single elimination to their name. We are down to the top 12 teams. This is the 4th stage, and I'm really amazed how like secure these teams wants to play the fight. But no, not any longer. ARF finally in a fight, they got the one elimination, the second elimination on the play, but no, from the backside, 001 secured this elimination off a 007. Definitely all the damage was done by 007, and just the one shot from 001 gets that elimination in their backpack.
Team AR have always been itching for a fight. Now they realize that they get inside the circle somehow, and of course they've got to get wrong. But VOIN, they kind of reduce this down to that really clustered up combo there on that low round. It's going to be really important to see how they kind of bring themselves out of that position, especially with the other teams kind of taking that high advantage. But Yummy, he has found himself in a really precarious spot over there, has been taking quite a lot of damage. A1 TMT, they're the ones who also have to make a run inside the circle. But bear in mind, they've got a team right beside them. One wrong move, it could be Boom, who might just attack from the backlines, and it would start hurting them. But A1 TMT, they want to pick a fight, and it is, in fact, the players. In fact, K9 has spotted out Skyforce IC taking dealing some massive damage to his vehicles.
No.
This is what I was scared about. Kind of not wary about their backlines, but somehow Torix, they managed to survive the wrath. But where are they gonna land? That's a bigger question. But RRQ, they're also dropping down as well, and they're out of the server.
They're out of the server. RRQ once again getting eliminated on the hashtag number 11. They got eliminated at the hashtag number 11 in the last match as well, and even in this match they got eliminated early. Not a single position point for them. But A1 TMT, they look at that, taking the fight against the team of Horaa this time around. The grenades at their disposal gets those elimination. Team A1 TMT with the 4 elimination points to their name. Horaa is out of the match even in this third match as well, third round. But 9 total teams, 27 total players in the lobby, and Team A1 TMT has all the 4-man arsenal at their disposal. They can easily have the chance of engaging in more fights, getting some more elimination points for themselves. But this time around, as they get into the fight, one player loses, 2 player gets taken down, and that Storm receiving a lot of damage for himself. Their fight against the Team ARF, the UMP shots, the UMP connectivity are on their way. The damages has been dealt with. 5 elimination. This is the 6th elimination that they can secure for themselves. The 7th on the way. Team A1 TMT, even after losing a single player, they still have managed to secure 3 extra more elimination, but not anymore with the grenade. 004, that Storm has been taken down, and it's up to Hitman to make sure that his team survives and thrives for even longer.
Yeah, and he's got his backs against the wall, receiving some support over here. In fact, jumping through the balcony and nobody was alive, in fact, but still a valiant effort by the boys from A1 TMT. 7 finishes nonetheless, but the numbers were too much for them to handle 2 different squads, regardless, even being outside the circle. But now, coming back to what's going on over here, AGON I8 find themselves in a really tough spot and are trying to force that revive. But look at Killer just scouring through the land, getting those important informations, while AGON I8, they've gotten those numbers back, and now they want some vengeance. Grenade lobbed at Countess direction. Does it hit its mark? The answer is going to be no, but AGON I8, they look at the bigger picture. They want to get inside the zone and then maybe gatekeep and take down DRS for good.
Oh, yes, they want to take down DRS for good, but getting after inside of that circle. DRS, as they're outside of the circle right now, AGON has a good chance. AGON has a slight good chance of taking this fight for themselves, but with a single manpower, it's not going to be that much easy. But Crypto takes one down with the red dot. Gyante is out of the circle as well. Crypto needs to heal. Crypto have to pull up a first aid on himself, but the sprays, the fires, it's going to be detrimental. AGON X I8 losing Cheesecake as well. Crypto, the final hope for the team. It's up to him to throw some smokes, get in the car, get out of here, stay in a safer position. But the fires on the car is definitely coming on. Another knock on Gyante. Killer Whitey being the last only hope for the team, and a single first aid kit at Crypto's disposal as well. He's gonna use that. He's gonna take the fight against Killer YT, and this can be a 1 versus 3 for Crypto. It can be a 1v3, and it will be a 1v3. Crypto survives. Team AGON still in the match with a solo player still standing. T2K in the meanwhile against the team Skyforce, getting some damages, getting some knocks, and as they are out of this particular circle on the corner, there is no hope for them. Skyforce gets that elimination, and they survive as well. T2K out of the match with just the 1 elimination to their disposal as well.
Well, the Messiah for the Pakistani fans has arrived, and in style. In fact, we must say, but as the fights go on, it is going to be VOIN again, having that high ground advantage, still have 3 of their players surviving. One of the players of Skyforce has been dealt with. It's going to be Tops, who's going to fight against the Blue and VOIN Esports as well, as Crypto finally takes his final breath over there. And there you have it, VOIN Esports establishing their supremacy in Miramar once again, getting a chicken dinner. And boy, oh boy, what an intense final circle was it. DRS, we have to talk about that fight, you know, when the numbers had already reduced down and it was just Crypto alive. I loved how he just maneuvered through the edges of the smoke, shifted to the first person perspective, instantly trying to poke those revives onto him and constantly getting those knocks. And of course he had that advantage, but sheer cojones on this lad, and we love moments like this. We are there watching him from quite a long time. He's got that edge, and he showed the world why he's Lord Crypto over there. But VOIN Esports, nonetheless, you know, we did see how the circle had panned out. Initially, they were in a little bit of a turbulence. You had Boom Esports, you had A1 TMT, somehow got themselves out of that situation, focused on getting that high ground over there, and then started dealing so much damage to so many of those teams. I mean, if you look at the numbers of eliminations they got, it was just 4, but a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
This is what VOIN is known about, and seems like after this game, they might be taking that top spot from RRQ.
Oh, they might be taking that top spot, but I'm seeing one thing is similar out of all the 3 matches, out of all the 3 winner chicken dinners that we actually saw. Fixes, in fact, every single team has managed either 3 or 4 eliminations with the winner chicken dinner. The other teams, the number 2, number 3, and even number 4 are those teams that gets the most elimination to their name. But with their aggression, with their man advantage, like disadvantage at that time, they're the ones that get annihilated at that time. AGON in the same vicinity in this match had a solo player that was Crypto, but 5 eliminations to their like 10 eliminations to their name as well. But going to the winner chicken dinner team status, we are seeing a 4 elimination once again. 1 for Dr. K, Zeta 0, 27 PRMN, 3 elimination, and Maxis, not a single contribution of damage, killed, or the knocks.
Yeah, it doesn't matter as long as you get those 10 points, right? And
Yeah.
like we have always discussed, in the grand scheme of things, really helpful when you get those chicken dinners. You kind of have the code cracked, especially I feel for VOIN Esports. I mean, they have certainly been the best team in Miramar so far, but the MVP has to be Crypto himself. I mean, he's got this entire tournament named after him, but 814 damage, 5 finishes, goes on to show how good he was in this particular game. Now, yeah, questions were definitely raised on where AGON I8 was. I'm pretty sure the critics must have been silenced by how they've been performing in this game, and even throughout the entire day, right? They did have decent amount of performances across the 3 maps, and they're in the right direction, certainly. Looking forward to making it into the first shot.
Oh, definitely. They at least want to get on the top pages, top positions, and this match will definitely help them up. But going to the MVP stats of the top performers, we are seeing Crypto on top, 5 eliminations, 814 damage. ARF 004, 5 eliminations, 810 damage. Just the 4 eliminate like a damage difference, and he could have been on the top as well. But on the third spot, we are seeing A1 TMT's a Hitman, 2 eliminations. 592 damage, and on the 4 we are seeing the team DRS, that unlucky team that got a 1v3 upon them by the hand of Crypto. 4 elimination, 571 damage. Things were in their favor, but suddenly, after a single moment, after a single snap of the finger, it was not anymore. But match summary: 67 total elimination in the match, 7,129 healing, 71 knockouts, 145 throwables used, with 2 airdrops being eluded, 14 headshots, and 370-meter longest distance by No Fear Horaa, with 20 rescues in the complete map that we saw.
Oh yeah, I think it was a beautiful game of Miramar. I mean, especially the way that circle shifted, right? Just when we were thinking that A1 TMT were in such a good spot, it takes that northeastern shift, and then you could see all that chaos ensuing inside the server. So yeah, Agon I8, like we said, 16 points. You know, they had those elims to their names, as a result of which they'll be placing on the first position. But VOIN Esports, again, a chicken dinner. They're really happy. But for NFT Esports, you know, these lads have stepped it up, because they were at the very bottom, and these 9 points are certainly going to help them out. Skyforce finding some stable ground over here. Decent game. Again, we've talked about Skyforce having those good Miramars. Yesterday also secured a chicken out of that one. DRS Gaming, however, had such a good position when we saw that hard shift. But that fight against Agon I8, I mean, that is something that is going to give them nightmares for quite some time. A1 TMT, I think, again, quite elims heavy. Again, they've been engaging in a lot of fights. They're coming out on top. But the last one they took, it was 2 teams, VOIN and Boom Esports. And seems like they had a lot on their plates. But you talk about 7th element, their misery sort of continues, always being in the receiving end. Right off the get-go, you see them engaging in fights. And that is something that they really need to scratch their heads and maybe figure it out, because today, like we speculated, Torix, was a day of comeback, and
Yeah.
comeback hasn't really come from their side.
Oh, comeback hasn't really came from their side. But yes, Team Agon is actually doing a comeback today. So out of the 2, one at least is doing something, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing, I'd still say. The consistency somewhat is there. But talking about the teams to watch, we are seeing ARF, RRQ, Team Horaa, and the team of VOIN. But the distances that they have traveled, ARF, almost 16,000 meters. 15,000 for Requiem, and at the same time Horaa has 14k, 11,000 for the team of VOIN as well. Throwables used were not this heavy in this match, as all these 4 teams have not used more than the 10 throwables in total. 2 grenades, 2 molotovs, 7 smokes. Okay, Team VOIN has done something, but overall leaderboard, Team VOIN has finally dethroned the RRQ. 72 points, 67 for the RRQ. A1 TMT with 62, 59 for the team GHOOST. Same with the team T2K, DRS with 56, 50 for Skyforce. But Agon, here we have them on the first page finally, on the hashtag number 8 with 49 total points.
Yeah, work in the right direction, I must say. Now, they're also in contention of maybe even closing this day around that top three spot, because not a lot of points differentiate between them and A1 TMT. 62 points, 49, just 13, one good game, and there you see them climbing up the charts. But Team Ghost, a little bit of a silent affair in this one. 59 points, charts collected. T2K, they've gone a lot of limb heavy, because we have been seen them. We've kind of seen them taking a lot of those fights, and has really helped them out in the grand scheme of things. TRS Gaming. Now, this is one of those rivalries I want to see heading towards Yasnaya, maybe in the final game of Miramar that we have. We're already done with 3 matches, and
Yep.
as the overall standing scores, IHC. Well, there you see them at the 10th spot. Boom Esports, we were looking at them, we were talking about them, had really good two good games, but this time they were a little unlucky. Just had to take a lot of damage from the edges, a lot of fights, then they could pick. But the biggest surprise so far has to be for MERICAL Vibes. I cannot accept that they just have one position point and 18 elims. Now, this is one of those teams that time and again, even in the official tournaments, if you remember, Torix, they are always leagues apart. You talk about them having an advantage of over 100 points, and especially even in those 10-point system metas, right? So, yeah, a
Yeah.
little bit of a surprise from their side, but we've seen a few changes also being made in their roster. I kind of miss East over there. I don't know what's going to happen if he's going to join back, but certainly Doc and East, that was a duo that we all love to cherish.
Oh, yes, he was a duo that we all love to cherish. But Fixes, this match was just amazing. Finally, after the 1.5 day, we are finally seeing a different team, a different name on top of that chart. Someone different than the team RRQ. It is a great
Yeah.
start. But will they be able to maintain it out? Because Team RRQ now is not gonna let that slide. They were playing the past 2 or 3 matches in a complete safer side. They were not taking that many fights. But this changes everything. Now it changes everything as they have been dethroned. Now they're gonna come back with a hard hitting factor. They're gonna make sure that they take the fights as much as possible. And even if they go for a safer approach, they have to go for a complete save, because we have seen as soon as they go from a safer side to an aggression side, they loses the fights with the
Yeah.
4 with the 3 eliminations, they loses those fights, and you don't want that. You don't want the difference of the points to go even further beyond than it already has gone. You have to make a comeback at this point, and you have to stay quiet for the next day as well.
Oh yeah, you certainly have to, and there's no second thoughts about it. But having been said that, we're done with 8 matches already. So 50% matches, in fact, almost around more than that, is already done and
Yeah.
dusted. So we just have 7 more matches remaining, and now this is the this is that sweet spot for still teams languishing at the very bottom. If they can get a chicken dinner, if they can get a lot of limbs, they might still have a fighting chance to make it maybe into the top three by the end of all the matches tomorrow. But as things dictates, yeah, VOIN Esports, like anticipated, they are right at the top. We still have the competition brewing about. But yeah, I8, they've made it to a good position. They've entered the first charts, and seems like they're kind of building up on a little bit of momentum. And if you talk about the Pakistani teams,
Yeah.
Ghost, we also have high expectations from them as well. Heading on to Erangels, the last Erangel, they really played well. But, I'm kind of keen to see how they perform in this one, even for a Rage, as a matter of fact. Again, early on, you could see them engaging in those fights. Yes, we did see Drolin pull off that beautiful clutch against A1 TMT, but yeah, we haven't really seen anything more flashy coming in from their side after that.
I totally agree. There's a lot of factors that still need to be put into the light. Fixes the teams, the performances that they're doing. It's okay. They're doing somewhat good. But yes, the consistency and the man disadvantage is still there. You cannot even lose a single match from this point onward till the end of the day. Because if you do, there will be consequences that you have to face down for your team, for yourself, and even for your replacement. You have so far grinded all of these matches, these 8 matches to get on the top, and you cannot quit at this point. You have to make a comeback. You have to change your strategies and make a comeback for the team, for the audience, for the fans as well. And that's what majority of the teams are doing. We are seeing some teams from the second page that were like on the second page yesterday, straight up coming into the top 3s, top 4s positions in today's matches. And it's not even over yet. There are still 2 more matches to go and 2 more matches to be witnessed at. The second last match will once again be of Erangel, guys. Remember this. And whereas the team will have the chance to make a comeback for themselves in the next match, it will be detrimental because the team now knows what the exact strategy of their opponent is. There might be some clashes, there might be some drop location where we can see the contestation, but that's about it. Those are going to be the factors that needs to be taken into the consideration if the team wants to make sure that they survive. You cannot just go half-heartedly in these matches anymore at this time.
Indeed.
You have to make sure you have a complete have a complete faith in yourself, have a complete faith in your strategies, rush upon the teams if you want the clash off, if you want to dethrone someone from their hometown, go with the clash and do not back down at any cost.
Yeah, of course. I mean, backing down is never the question or never the option over here, right? Talking about again bringing that context down for all the viewers out there. Now, this tournament, of course, it's been about the prize pool, but also at the same time, like I've been saying time and again, it's about having that bragging rights to be the best in the region. You would want to try some new tactics. You want to try to take some head-on fights. And this is a perfect avenue for all these teams to try and engage in doing so. For Baron, if you remember from for MERICAL Vibes, he had a very good angle, went out for a little bit of a parkour and went up top and did catch the players, I think, of Team Boom off guard. We still had Skyforce also joining the fray. So many new things are visible over here. We're seeing teams kind of go in for all those battles that they want to take. We are barely seeing anybody really just show their backs or kind of disengage. Everybody wants to go head on, collide against each other. And that's the fun of it, right? The viewers are enjoying. We're all enjoying all those fights happening. We're seeing those flashy moments and we're seeing some very well executed fights as well. So yeah, doing so, I think we're enjoying every single moment of the particular matches that we're having. But now we just have 2 more games for the entire day. Now it's going to be one Erangel and it is also going to be one Miramar. Now for the Erangel that we had in the previous one, we saw Boom Esports get a chicken dinner. I think they found that perfect run of form that they had wanted. Would certainly want to cash in, want to bank on and getting another chicken dinner because despite having 2 chickens, they're still around that second chart, which goes on to show that maybe in the next game they might want to switch gears and go a little elims heavy because the more elims you get, the better rewards, the better results you can have. I think in fact, Team AGON X, they have been one of the perfect examples of that. They're kind of maintaining that balance. And as a result, look at them. Now they're in such a fighting stance.
Well, they are definitely at such a fighting stance, but yes, go a little elimination heavy. Try to make sure that these 2 matches that you're going to face, that you're going to secure for yourself, you go for a slight bang, slight aggressive stance. You took that aggressive stance in the first day, yes, and this is the time. This is the moment right now that you have to take it again. You have played the secure matches. You know how it went out for you. You know that if it doesn't work, you change your strategy. You do not stick to it till the very end. Completely change it up. Go for the eliminations. And if you want those top positions, it is the moment. This is the moment where you have to go for the elimination or you don't go and you won't get the positions for yourself. So, teams, I'm still thinking that the teams are getting somewhat overwhelmed and somewhat under pressured by their top positions. And one of the reason, mainly because of that we are seeing not that kind of a good performances from the team. RRQ, take that for example. They secured the top position on the first day, and after that, now in the second day, they have not played a good consistent match in all of the 3 matches that they have played. This is the moment that they got dethroned, and if it doesn't work out for them, now they have to go once again be on the aggressive side. This is the moment. If you don't go aggressive, you won't get another chance.
Yeah, I think at this point, RRQ, we've seen them engage in a lot of fights. They have been caught from the back lines.
Yeah.
And considering how their day went in day number one, day number two, I would still say hasn't really turned out in that same manner. There has been a little bit of a dip down. But yeah, with still two more games to go, I think they can change their fortune like how Skyforce did yesterday. So some consistent good games in the final two matches. If they can do that, then maybe reclaim their authority over that top spot. So again, this is where we've got so many teams into the mix, so many teams to really watch out for. This one rivalry that we're seeing constantly being brewed upon, DRS versus AGON X. That is one fight that I'm really excited. But in Erangel, we know what we're in for, right? It is the battle at Yasnaya Poliana. Quite some bloodshed happening over there as well. And look at the flight path trajectory. Exactly what A1 TMT and the boys from Horaa would want, having no trouble. And yeah, give us those fights right from the get-go.
Ah, yes, give us those fights right from the get-go. Already the plane line we are seeing from Severny side all the way to the Primox. I'd say a good plane line that is dispersed by the circle this time around. But where will the circle go? By this map. But circle is going to be detrimental. Military base this time around is not accessible, nor as a Novorupnoy, Milta City, whereas we usually see early fights happening, and we also saw the first Erangel match took some heavy cluster fight over there, early elimination. We might not see that. But yes, the car clashes, the vehicle clashes, we are definitely going to find that. We're definitely going to maybe see some early fisticuff against teams. But that's about it, because the rest of the players, the rest of the teams, they have an easy opportunity to go towards their own designated drop locations. 4MV, they're going to glide towards the military base island. Agon will go towards the western side of the farm, the 6 compartments where they usually go. 7th element might also face them at that position, because so far 7th element is also dropping there. But Yasnaya Poliana this time around is not being contested, and that's a new one, because in all the Erangel matches that we have seen the Yasnaya Poliana clustered, but this time around it's different. RRQ, they're the center of attention right now, because some fires, some shots have been taken over there.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what?
There you go. Once again, take us down to Yasnaya. We don't want to see AGON X right now. We want to see some action, because you could see some limbs with those pistols coming out, and seems like there you go, Sketch. He's gotten the better out of Horaa, getting some sweet revenge over there, and keeping a track on that particular fight. Yeah, Horaa, they've got one of their players down, but Sketch seems to be in mood for some revenge. Now, Team Horaa, now they've got their backs against the wall. Both of these teams have taken 2 losses each, and now this is it, right? Look at that.
Oh,
and Rowdy is
beautiful.
being pushed upon by No Fear. And now it all comes down, it all boils down to that 1v2 situation, and Sketch not having the best of HPs in this particular scenario. You've got K9 still alive over there, and let's see what the outcome shall be.
Oh, what the outcome shall be is the bigger question right now. Horaa has a first aid kit dropped upon Noboro. He has a PP Bison as well. That can potentially be a threat in the close range vicinity. But A1 TMT, look at that. They're pushing. That was a flashbang grenade. The player is just going to go blind. Nothing else. No damage is going to be done upon the players. But both of the teams, I do believe so, is a 2 versus 2. A1 TMT and Horaa. But A1 TMT so far, I think I see, yes, 2 elimination to their name. 2 player have also been taken away. So it is an equilibrium. Both teams are outdoing themselves and not giving without a fight. Whosoever gets another initialization against another is going to have the upper edge. It's going to have the utmost upper edge against the team, and that might be the time that it's going to be all over. A1 TMT K9, he's trying to take a different stance, but the grenade, Sketch's grenade, is going to be detrimental. It might hit the player, but no, player gets into the cover at a certain time, whereas he will not get any kind of damage through that grenade.
Look at how pushy the players of A1 TMT are, right? They are itching for that fight, and you can see that they're trying to force the players of Horaa to maybe make a mistake or maybe just flush them out of their cover. They have that one grenade to work around with. Sketch, he's provided some really nice cover fires. He's taken down 2 players of Mr. Horaa, and now he's trying to just hinder their vision. And in doing so, I think A1 TMT, the entire objective is try to create a different angle, maybe catch the players of Horaa Esports with the pants down. But Horaa Esports, they also know, right? There's been kind of a vendetta going on between these two teams in trying to establish supremacy over Yasnaya, and just when we were thinking, and there you go, Sketch delivers once again. Now this is a perfect time to really commit in for the push, and now they will have to be really watchful for that, because no fear, he's the last player surviving, has to come out of his cover. But Sketch, he knows he needs some assistance, and K9 finally joins the fray. He's got a vector on his hand, but now both of these players kind of being a little bit reluctant, but finally decide to go in for the push. It has to be a perfect bait and switch stance. It has to be a push made in tandem with each other. But no fear, let's see if he can hold on successfully or not.
That's the bigger question. That's the main, in fact, question, if they can hold down the fort or not. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. A1 TMT trying to push, and the push is getting pulled upon. A1 TMT Sketch and No Fear Horaa gets taken down. K9 finally gets that elimination. It's over for the team of Horaa at this point. They're the first one in this match on this map to get finally eliminated out of it. And we are down to the 17 teams, but A1 TMT also lost 2 of their players. The team Horaa did not go without a fight. They took it out. They made sure that even if they are going down, they at least take 1 or 2 down with them.
Yeah, I mean, given that this particular circumstance, like, you talk about teams like A1 TMT. Now, the big question over here gets raised is, can they afford to do that back and forth? Right? Because honestly, looking at the overall standings, they find themselves at the 2nd spot. And now that they've already taken 2 casualties, sure, they get those 4 points. That's going to help them a lot. But then you still have teams like RRQ still alive, VOIN still into the mix of things. And you do not want to lose out on the spot that you're holding upon. So that is one thing that A1 TMT will have to keep in mind. Like we said, they've been playing this tournament like their lives depend on it. Every single game, try-harding, sweating it out, taking every single fight. And it's not just about, A1 TMT trying to get those good position points, right? They have been taking those fights. We have seen Hitman play out of his mind, Sketch in the previous fight. I think certainly the MVP. Now, they've got to make their decisions and moving on ahead. Now, Horaa being out of the picture, they're at the 13th spot. Not really kind of forcing themselves like, oh, all right, we need to pick our points up. We need to really get that first spot. That's clearly evident from the body language over here. But in the grand scheme of things, taking a look at how the circle is spanned, it's going to be a northwestern circle. And look at IHC making no delays and instantly taking over Mount Everest. Now, looking at Demo's position, he is down below. And if teams are not careful, I think they might get some thrashing.
Oh, they will get some thrashing for themselves. IHC, as they have the Mount Everest for themselves. There is no one in their close vicinity that can actually do any kind of harm on them. I8, in the meanwhile, they're in the close vicinity. But yes, as you have the Mount Everest, you have the utmost advantage against the teams. You have the utmost advantage against the players that are being surrounded by you. Airdrop number 1 in the meanwhile landed, and that has an MK14, a deadliest gun, and even the DMR that you can have, an auto and the DMR tap gun that you can secure for yourself. But yes, the fights are actually not happening that much. as we talked about, the teams need to go for an aggressive approach. They need to go for a heavy elimination fight and the match. They're not doing that. They're doing the complete opposite of that right now, in fact, fixes, and that's what worrying me, because this can go for stage 1, stage 2, maximum stage 3, but after that, if you have more than like even 10 teams, it's gonna go way too much chaos. You're gonna lose a player here and there and everywhere. You do not want that, and that is one of the reason you want to take some early fights. But airdrop has been taken by T2K Love, and I want to see if that guy actually took out that MK14 or not.
On the other side, it even makes difficult for us commentators also if so many fights happen at the same time. Kind of difficult to keep track, but we kind of understand a lot of money is on the line, like we talked about, to be the best. So yeah, every single team has to figure out their way how they want to approach. But like you just said, I completely agree with you. The start of the Erangel has been rather silent, and 7th element finally they get to breathe for a little longer. The previous Erangel, we did see Goku bot playing out of his minds in that fight. But for what it's worth right now, this could be a circle that kind of goes a little bit north towards that Georgie area, or maybe towards the south around that hospital side. But Booming Spots, they have decided to open arms against RRQ. But look at that 7th element, they're going for a hunt down, and Shamir, he'll get the better out of Blade, but Sibian, he stopped enough of out of Prey. He wants to take a couple of shots, but seems like he's been spotted out as well. And suddenly, Team Rage, they're falling down like a pack of dominoes.
They have been eliminated, and oh my goodness, the team 7th element has outdone themselves in this match. 3 eliminations in a single jiffy, in a single hunt down, they have secured for themselves. In the meanwhile, AGON also has a single elimination, Boom has a single elimination, and the other team that has any kind of elimination is team A1 TNT. That's still alive, that's still in the match. You're waiting out for their domination, for elimination to their name as well. But Cheesecake right now trying to find out the 7th elements player. Aleon is I think low in HP, or is he on his knees? I think he's low in HP because he has a Molotov in his hand. There is a smoke in his hand. In fact, Cheesecake trying to burst down the car, but Falak, he has to heal. He has to go towards IQ's angle, get the revive on the player right here, right then, because AGON cannot lose any more matches. AGON cannot hope to lose any more of their players as they have already have. But 7th element, they're not backing down from the fight as well. There's the team of 4MV in the closest vicinity, in which case they took the fight with them. Doc has been knocked and completed. Shamir gets another elimination, but in the meanwhile, IQ has also been spotted. The buggy was spotted, and in fact, IQ, because of that, might get spotted, but no!
What?
What are you doing? Go back! Get that elimination! That was a free elimination that the team RRQ could have secured.
Oh my god, he's gonna be kicking himself in the feet after that once he looks at the board. But yeah, regardless, I mean, it is what it is, right? But could have potentially also made himself vulnerable to 7th element. And look at IQ, he survives and he walks away with murder. But now the trouble for AGON I8 hasn't really ended, right? Dropping the smoke out, 7th element knew.
Definitely.
And now even RRQ has a slight idea of what's really going on, but they have to look at the bigger picture. And just when they thought that they were kind of capitalizing on that situation, boom, coming out of nowhere. And if one team was enough, the second has also joined the fray. It is going to be Skyforce and every single thing aligning for AGON I8, really. Now this is the madness we've been talking about. The way the circle has shifted has gone a little bit towards that eastern side, and now I'm really interested to see what happens next.
Oh my god, what's gonna happen next? What's about to come? That is what we need to see. IHC still has the Mount Everest on the potato. We are seeing the team NFT versus the team VOIN finally getting close to each other. But yes, the position that team IHC so far has secured for themselves It's amazing. I am still amazed by that because look at that. Look at the small peaks that the player is giving and taking that shot. So one headshot, he connected. The other one connected on him as well. Team SF is not going to go down without the fight, even if the player is on top of the world of this map. So yes, top with that almost dead level 3 helmet, he's finally gonna change it up to a level 1 and gonna get out of this maybe or not, but yes, that's only a barrel. He changes his guns to preserve ammo. Look at the thinking of the players of the Team SF. He's making sure that his ammo do not get depleted. But on the other side, Team VOIN and Team NFT finally getting into a tussle, getting into a fight, and the player comes in close. M4 DBS, both guns have been shot on the player. Twisty gets Dr. K down, but from the backside, Luck also gets taken down. It's a trade-off. It's a trade-off, but not for long, because 27 PRMN also gets taken away, and with this, Team NFT now has a slight advantage against the players.
Oh, they certainly do. Now, taking a look at this situation, NFT Esports unselfish. This is the last one of the players surviving. They've caught Whiskey, but seems like Team VOIN, they want to keep capitalizing on that momentum as Whiskey Ghost trying to push in, has to get that revive on towards his teammate, but before that has to engage himself in a fight. But Zeta, he shows no mercy as NFT buried 6 feet under once again. As the game keeps on going, now we just have 3 teams eliminated from the server, right? It's Team Horaa, Rage, and NFT. Now, this is a speculation that even Torix, you had also made it, you know, the end circles are going to be quite intense as teams are slowly but surely grouping up, ganging up on each other, slowly reducing the distance they have against each other. That sort of makes them vulnerable to a lot of those third parties happening. We haven't really seen a lot of those 4v4s, but there you go, T2K capitalizing on the situation over Deadeyes, guys. There's been that one knock, and Jade instantly after getting that kind of finds some cover, will heal himself up and might want to re-engage in this particular fight.
He might want to re-engage, but look at the kill feed. Back-to-back, 7th element also losing the player against the Team AGON X. This is the second elimination AGON is going to get for themselves, but on the Waterside City, we are seeing T2K versus the Deadeyes guys. Deadeyes guys have a slight advantage in the fight because they took down Jane so far. Rig has to go. Rig has to take that open path, go for the rescue, for the revival of his own teammate. But other than that, we are also seeing a lot of clusters. We saw a lot of clusters being formed up by the team. As Rig was moving forward, he was also bombarded with some shots. Second player, Love and Jane, both gets taken down. Rig has to be the one to survive for his team, but no, Yawatu, sir! He gets another grenade on the face of the players, and T2K right now with just Suyog at their disposal as their arsenal. It's going to be all over in a jiffy. The player knows the location, and with the DBS, he gets that elimination. Yet out, 3 eliminations back-to-back. It is a 1v3.
I loved it. I loved how they switched the gears apart, you know. Of course, there was one man down, but the way Yetauta showed that bravery over there, that was impressive. Single player just going in, had some support from his teammates, and showed no fear. Now, this is something that we would like to see more often, and that was one of those places where we kind of least expect all those fights to break out. But looking at the circle, kind of around Gatka and AGON I8 right at the center of it all, Boom Esports, they're making a quick rotation inside the zone, wanting to kind of secure that center. But look at Sketch, A1 team. Now, this is what I was worried about, right? Now, the numbers have dwindled down. Just one of their players surviving. And this is where things might go a little awry. Because when you talk about RRQ, they're still alive. VOIN, they just won a squad fight. And A1 on the 3rd position with just 1 player surviving. With Ghost having all 4 of their players alive. And DRS, let's not forget, they're also in the lobby. Alter Ego and so many teams. Now, I'm starting to worry if they might really lose out on that 3rd spot, which they have. But talking about IHC, right from the very early start, we kind of saw them taking that high ground advantage, still are holding on to it, but sooner or later, they're also going to make a switch inside the circle, and then they might have to face the bigger threats in the form of maybe Skyforce or maybe even RRQ.
So far, they are kind of secured, even in the circle, even in the stage, because there's a slight tilt of the circle that still has the Mount Everest. But I cannot say the safer part for majority of the teams, because there's a total of 14 teams, and this is the stage 3. The radius is already small. Shamir has been spotted by QB. The fire was done, the shots were taken, but the location is the only thing that was given away to the 7th Elements player. Apex waiting out for the opportunity as well in the Pochinki side for his team, for his players as well, that he might be able to gather some more eliminations. But Shamir, look at his position. He's out of the Pochinki, just waiting out for some kind of opportunities that the circle might be bringing out for him. ARF in the meanwhile against the team Alter Egos, they can take the fight. 002 has the best chance to get some shots done, but not even a single fire was taken by the player. But finally the shots were taken, the player gets out of the car. Now Team Alter Egos, as one player stops by in the close vicinity, the other one gets away. Who will have the kill? Who will have the elimination? The first in knock, the first frag is the bigger question, but Badru gets taken down by 002's grenade, and Alter Ego is on the receiving edge. Even though this is a 4-man squad, just to look at the distance that they have achieved from each other, and because of that singular distance that they have achieved from each other, it's going to be super hard for the players to come and rescue.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask from them. And for Alter Ego, yeah, they have to cut on their losses and make a dash inside the circle. You talk about them just taking damage from the blue. It's still stage 4. I mean, should not have a lot of issues considering they've got their boosters up. But looking at the circle, I mean, the Lady Luck has blessed Agon IA today. They're the only team inside the zone. DRS, however, also following suit from the southern side. Now, we're seeing that a little bit of a rivalry also brewing up between these two teams. You know, the last game, Miramar, Gyante going all out, Crypto with a massive clutch, and now they want to bring it down to Erangel as well. But VOIN Esports, let's not forget, they have been pretty good. You know, some stellar performances. Miramar Chicken Dinner once again in Erangel. If they can find some more consistency, that would really help him out. But K9, look at him. He's just surviving by himself and still does some massive amount of damage with Zeta getting picked off. Now VOIN, they're not really happy about it, but they can't really help the situation. They just cannot push them out in the open. But now, like we talked about, the bigger forces colliding. IHC and Skyforce, they are in the midst of a battle.
They are in the midst of a battle. Team Skyforce also getting some shots from backside. That is AGON X waiting for the opportunities. 4MV also receiving some damage from the team 7th Element side, but Skyforce is the team that needs to be like really careful because Tobbs is down. The players might be going for the rush, and even the team R9. Just look at that in the backside. There's Team R9 as well that can go for the push, but IC is the one that wants those eliminations, those limbs for themselves. Another one gets taken down by Abel's grenade. Nerzet is down. IC throws a grenade at Abel and Zeol. A single grenade takes 2 down, and IHC somewhat has a slight chance and now to like go for the rescue, go for the revival, whereas Team SF also has the same thing, but IC wants some elimination. He gets into the molly and instantly demolishes out of this match. SF with his own molly meets his demise.
Yeah, but seems like the fight is far from over because now look at who's jumped in like hungry hounds. RRQ decide to dash in on IHC as they see a lot of those players being taken down, and all they have to do is put the final nail in the coffin as IHC already bite the dust and RRQ get those bonus limbs. And now it's not just over with them. They decide to pick yet another fight. In fact, it comes right at the direction. It is going to be against Team ARF, and suddenly seems like the tables have been flipped as 007, he's fighting with all his life, 2 players surviving, but RRQ, they certainly do not want to go without a fight as 001 would want to get inside the compound, the lonesome survivor. Before he gets to do that, he wants to secure every single finish, wants to hurt RRQ down to every single bit, as now ARF looking really strong with 5 finishes, but Asa comes out of nowhere and secures that elimination as RRQ.
What?
Oh my god, get 4th partied over here. The hunters have been hunted, and 7th Element, they have the final laugh.
Oh my god, we saw not one, not two, not three, but 4 different fights in a single vicinity, back to back. One team gets eliminated, the other one comes barging right in, and this time around at the final, it's the 7th element that comes out on top. 7 elimination for the team 7th element side. AGON X also surviving with a solo player. Team Boom with a complete squad alongside of DRS and the team R9. These are the only 3 teams that have a complete squad, and aside from that, Alter Ego, A1 VOIN, or the team AGON X alongside of 7th element. They're either trio, duo, or a solo. But Boom, with the 4-man, with the 5 eliminations to their name, they slightly have a chance to make this trajectory of the fight in their favor. But if they go forward, if they go into the compound side, there's Team AGON X waiting out for them close by vicinity. There's also A1 TMT waiting out for the opportunities that the players are going to get out on the open, and we're going to have some more eliminations for ourselves. GokuBot, Shamir together alongside. On the other side of the dip, we are seeing the team R9 players. The throwables can be used. This can be a mini red zone area that you can most potentially get some eliminations for yourself because of that. But GokuBot wants to play it out safe. He don't want to aggress at this particular moment because he knows as soon as he's going to give out the fires, there are more different teams. There are 8 total teams, 7 aside from them that might be waiting out for that opportunity, that location. But the fight is not gonna stop. I already told you, Fixes, the fight is not gonna stop. DRS versus VOIN, both gets an equal elimination, both gets a single knockout on each other, but VOIN maxes is the final hope for the team. With the grenade he throws, it's not gonna do anything, and XMPL on the backside get maxes down. The team DRS, it's a beautiful start once again by Team DRS in this match. 3 eliminations, and so far 4-man standing.
Oh yeah, I mean 7th element, at least for now, with just 2 men. You can see what they've done. That changes a lot of things in the grand scheme of things. But you talk about Team Ghost. We've always been talking about them. Low-key somehow still have the numbers as Boom Esports. This is also one of those teams that, Oryx, you mentioned, have made it into the top 7 with all their players alive. DEADEYES, let's not forget about them. AGON I8 not really having the best of days as still the fight goes on. IQ will get that elim, but before that he gets picked off as now the final 5 just remain. They're breathing. Alter Ego, they've managed to have themselves still alive in this particular situation. But if you talk about the circle and who is massively in an advantage and could be the potential winner of this game, has to be our Team Ghost over there. Still 4 players. Nice spread around that. Noki is being peppered upon certain bullets, but still no damage dished out at all.
Oh, no damage dishing out at all, but 7th element, they have lost another one of their players. It's going to be a hard scenario for them as GokuBot is the final hope for the team. There comes the cars. Maybe the players are trying to get some car eliminations. They want to recreate yesterday match, but Shamir gets the finishes as GokuBot gets eliminated by the car slam in. 7th element out of the match on the hashtag number 5. Boom, R9, XMPL, DRS also taking some fight. It's a 3-way deadlock that's happening, but where is Alter Ego in all of this amidst? They're waiting out. They're spectators of this fight, of this complete aggression. Noki gets the first elimination on his name for his team, in fact, at the moment. But Team R9 also have to change out their location. They have to change their position. Boom is also waiting out for the opportunity that they can get against the Team R9, Team Ghost. But look at the locations of the Team Boom that they have secured for themselves. It's a duo, a solo, and a solo player that is kind of scattered away from each other. But R9, they're the ones that are super heavily clustered at this point because they know the dip, it's going to be contested by someone. The dip will have some teams. Boom can throw the grenades. There's Team Alter Egos that can throw the grenades against the Team R9, and back to back if the grenades do come in. If the grenades that do line up, it will be a hardship for the Team R9, Team Ghost as well. But the top 4 fights, it's going to get even more weird than that. I'm telling you, Fixes, because it's closing on. The circle's closing on, and the team will be forced to take another stance.
Yeah, they certainly will be, but this could change everything. Look at Yummy, he's been taken down, and hands for you. He's just slowly but surely just crawling his way through the midst of the cover, and Frenzy, he has that idea and could really capitalize. In fact, Team Goose would be the benefactors of this entire kerfuffle that has happened, as now, there you go, Alter Ego, they've broken it out once again as DRS get their final breath, and they're also out of the lobby. The final 3 remain, and Rosemary posing so much trouble, but once he was doing that, Noki, he finds him off guard, and now Team Boom is struggling against the blue, and at the same time, they will have to engage in this fight, and there you have it, Ponbit getting that final elim, but now it is Team Ghost who have that advantage in this particular fight, as Ponbit, he's been taken down. Yummy May wants to fight this one out, but it's going to be so tough as the grenade lands right in front of him, but Ghost gets another knock, and Team Ghost, they have their workout out as they are going to be pushing in from the sidelines, as of course every single player goes in. It is just one player surviving from Boom, but not anymore. Ghost as they secure this amazing chicken dinner. Patience, perseverance, persistence really paying off. And this team from Pakistan, I think they're going to climb way up the ladder. But let's not forget, Oryx, that Team Boom also secured a second position with quite a lot of finishes. If I'm not wrong, round 9 to be exact. So now things are definitely getting intense. Definitely things are brewing up, because after this, in the overall standings, Boom definitely make it to the first charts.
Boom will definitely be making into the first chart, but yes, the way the team R9 in fact played, not a single player lost, and we saw this thing in the first Erangel. They tried their level best to get that winner chicken dinner, but they were not able to at that time. With the second Erangel, they're finally getting that winner chicken dinner for themselves, and a beautiful shot on top of that. But yes, this was the match in number 4, guys. There's still one more match, but before we go over there, we have to take a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. Make sure you hit that like, subscribe, and share the stream as much as possible, because the day 2 is about to end, and we want to end it with a bang. Stay here, stay connected. We will be right back.
4 games done and dusted, and the final one remains. It is going to be in Miramar. But before that, welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the grand finals, day number 2 of Crypto Invitational Tournament. So, of course, we did see what a beautiful chicken dinner by a Pakistani team, Team Ghost, who exercised absolute caution and played like the way they've been doing so far. And as a result of which, they get that chicken dinner. They were far from the circle. They had not also made it, but they carved their way through and did get quite a couple of finishes. In fact, 6. So overall, they're going to get 16 points out of this match. But Torix, I mean, this team, they've been quite low-key. They've been lurking around the shadows, but finally, they will be gleaming under the sunlight.
Oh, yes, they will be gleaming under the sunlight, bathing in its glory. Team Ghost with the 6th elimination, that's 16 points, in fact, yes. But you cannot forget the Team Boom as well. As you already mentioned, they got 9 eliminations in the last match on the hashtag number 2. That means that's 15 points, easily secured just on the raw power of those eliminations and the survival. The teams that did manage to get quite a good amount of eliminations, I'd still say, is 7th Element as well. Team AGON tried their level best to survive. They were taking the fight against 7th Element. They were taking the fights against many of the teams. Even IQ, remember that IQ save? The player was on the verge of elimination. There could have been detrimental, but he still managed to secure himself. The team managed to revive himself, get him out of there. But most valuable player is on our screen, and it is none other than Naki with 4 eliminations, 602 damage, and 4 knockouts throughout the game, with the contribution that he provided to his team is 66.7%.
I think he was quite clinical, if you have to say, right? He took quite some important finishes towards the very end of the game. You could see him, right? It was kind of a 3 teams standoff there. You could see Alter Ego. They were posing so much trouble for Boom, because otherwise I really felt like Boom had it in the bag. But then suddenly Rosemary opens it up. But while he was doing the deed, Noki out of nowhere just knocks him down. And then Boom decide, all right, we're going to take the final play. And then you had Ghost having such a nice advantage over there in that situation. But talking about the top performers inside this game, you've got Yummy May, you've got Cottless, you've got Asak, and R9. In fact, barring R9 and Noki, of course, you've got Godless and Asak. That fight, you know, IHC, Skyforce, RRQ, I think even 7th Element sort of chimed in. ARF was also there. That was definitely one of the moments that I'm not going to forget for a long time.
Oh, those are the moments that you cannot even forget. The 4-way fight, the different 4 parties fight that came back to back. It was straight up just amazing. But oh my god, 12 only rescues? What am I seeing with my eyes? But yes, that's 65 total elimination, 6,862 total healing that has been done in this match, a total of 63 knockouts, 276 grenade used, 3 airdrops, 13 headshots, and out of everything that ever happened, there's only 12 rescues that ever took place in this match. Longest distance is of 369 by Godless, but I cannot get over the fact that only 12 rescues, there's 276 grenades, there's 3 airdrops, 13 headshots, those 63 knockouts that could have been saved, but no, only 12 of the players got the rescue.
I mean, that is something that has been poking you from a long time, hasn't it? Of course, considering how quickly those fights were kind of being put down, and you know, teams, they just get the knock and instantly just decide to dash in. So we don't see enough of those fights getting reset over there, and that's the best thing, right? But yeah, it is what it is. But I kind of loved how this entire lobby just spew fire in those final few moments. But taking a look at the match rankings in this one, 7th Element finally finding some stable ground. We've got Boom Esports maintaining that consistency, but Team Ghost, this 16 points are quite important, especially when you consider that they're fighting for that top spot. A1 TMT, considering how quickly they took those squad fights, and K9, that's spray over there. I think that was on VOIN, if I'm correct. That was something to really
Ah,
watch
yes.
out for. Agon I8, I mean, they had the mercy of the blue. They were inside the circle, but Boom Esports, they decided they had other plans for them, eventually trying to end them down. But IHC, Skyforce, everybody, we saw kind of that, four teams just breaking that fight. For Miracle Vibes, their misery still continues. Even Team Rage, T2K, they've not really had a good time in this Erangel.
No, they did not had a really good time in the Erangel match. Early eliminations we are seeing on the four Miracle Team Rage, not even a single point, and that's what bothering me. Like what the teams are going to do in the final match. It's Miramar. You're bound to even go even further on the slower pace, but the teams to watch in this match was VOIN, Alter Ego, Team ARF, and the DRS Gaming. Out of all of these teams, ARF was one of them. I think VOIN was one of them. There was DRS somewhat taking the fights against all of these players, whereas Seventh Element came out in the clutch. It took that moment for themselves. But yes, the distances are 17,800, 15,700, 13,600, 13,200, with a lot of throwables used. I can definitely say is out of the 200, 300 throwables that we saw being used, I'm telling you, 150 is going to be of those smokes.
Oh, for sure. We know how important this utility has been. And every single time, I think, the priority has always been around the smokes and those Quens, right? Recently, we've
Yeah.
seen some changes. I mean, it's been some time around the Molotovs, but this is the report card we were waiting for. And VOIN Esports still at the Tiberi top, 78 points, but not far behind, trailing right and rather breathing right under their noses will be Team Ghost with just 3 points separating them. RRQ, they went fight heavy, and they're not too far also, but they still have dropped down a couple of places. A1 TMT still holding strong. DRS, I think they did a decent job and 63 points, but Boom Esports. Now, this is what we were talking about, right? Finally making their way up into the first chart.
They are on the first chart, but Agon has like lost one of their positions. They have moved back to the hashtag number 9 from 8 or 7 position. But yes, uh, look at Team RRQ. This day is not good for them. They were on the top at the start, and now they're on the hashtag number 3. Ghost has even like taken away the position of the hashtag number 2 from the team RRQ, and now their next target will be team of VOIN. A1 TMT will be like trying to get that hashtag number 3 or maybe hashtag number 2, because the difference is not that much. The top four's difference is just a matter of 8 measly points. A single team that will get the chicken dinner will be able to secure that up. But after that, the DRS 63, 60 for T2K, Boom 56, 55 for Alter Ego, and 54 for AGON X. That's where the difference really comes in with the clutch. That's where the difference really comes in, and the team have to be careful on what they're gonna do, on like how they're gonna even perform in that. You need to have eliminations, you need to have the position back to back, but this is the final match of the Miramar that you can secure. You need to have a wonderful match, maybe 10 eliminations, 15 eliminations, with the winner and a
Uh-huh.
chicken earth. That will be the factor that you can straight up jump on the top position. But second page on our screen and on the bottom lines, I am seeing the same team, the same names that were even in the match ranking.
Yeah, I mean, for NFT sports, I really haven't woken up on the right side of the bed even today. And for Miracle Vibes, clearly we can see that they're kind of struggling a little bit and trying to get that synergy intact. But Seventh Element, I must say, however, this game was better than the others. That's the
Yeah.
only take I have. I think they performed decent. They did manage to get some position points, but that was pretty much it, right? Those are limbs definitely coming in a little handy. But Horaa Esports and A1 TMT, this is a fight written in the stars again in Yasnaya. This time again, A1 TMT proving their supremacy, and lately they have really, really gotten some control. And surely you have the Yasnaya bragging rights, but still far from having that, not really far from having that top spot, still inching in a little closer. All they need to do is have a decent game in Miramar, if not get a chicken dinner. Because when it comes down to Miramar, again, Torix, I'm going to be slightly inclined towards VOIN Esports because I've been talking about them back and forth every single time when it comes to Miramar, right? They've been one of those teams. If not, you talk about the firepower, but their rotations, they're quite immaculate, quite methodical, as if they know what they need to do and when they need to really execute that. Timings have been so perfect, right? I have the map feed, you also do, and I kind of have that interest in how they're rotating. And sometimes when you feel like they do not have the circle, the very next time you're looking at them having the dead smack center of it, and not just that, they've got a good cover to play around, the high ground to play around, and they deliver. This is not one of those teams that has really gone frag heavy, but when it comes down to being consistent, they've done the job.
Well, they really have done the job, even if they were not that frag heavy at that time. But still, slowly and steadily, they are making sure that the position, the eliminations, they come out on top. And my take in that is slowly and steadily is going to win the race. Even if you don't have today, there's still tomorrow. You can make sure that you break hell loose for other teams, not for yourself. And there's a slight chance that if you play with that aggression, without any fear of the position or the advantage that you might get, you might be able to make wonders of your positions, of your placement points as well. Because the fear is one of the factor, the pressure is one of the factor that drives you back. It is the one factor that holds you down from your performances and from your a raw gameplay that you can actually provide on the team, for your team, in fact. And you need to get out of your comfort zone. Make sure, do not feel scared, and take those safer chances. Go for a risky move. That's the risky move that the other team might not anticipate against you, and you might take it out on them at that time. You might win the fight out because of that. So any of the factors that can be possibly happening, one factor is you need to make sure that your survival and your I'd say the securement of the position is what matters. You need to have a good position against the other team before you take the fight, before you aggress on them. And if you don't have that, find something. Try to find something, because when you do, you will be seen as a potential threat against the other teams.
Yeah, I think the immediate objective for all the top four teams is to be in close contention to each other, right? That's what they're focusing at. But whenever it comes down to a map like Miramar, this is one thing for certain. We're in for some bloodshed, right? Around Los Leones. Yesterday, we also saw that fight, I8, AGON I8 and DRS. And that really changed the pace of things for I8. I mean, I do not still understand how could they kind of lose that one after having such a huge advantage. But surely AGON I8, they have recovered. And today also in the previous game of Miramar, it did come down to both these teams again locking horns against each other. But it was in those final few circles, which kind of started off with DRS having such a good advantage. But it was AGON I8 that looked at the bigger picture. They went inside the circle, and what we saw from Crypto was absolute magic. It kind of took me back to those days when we had so many objectives of him, King Crypto, Lord Crypto, and kind of forced me to get all of that out today. I think those are a few of those clutches. And even, today we did get to see a few good performances also, even if you talk about A1 TMT Sketch. I think this was one player that really impressed us, that fight against Horaa when they were kind of in the outer grounds. And if it's not just about Sketch, there were a few moments. I think it was Team Rage's Trollin that clutch against I think one particular team in Erangel. That I think it was against A1 TMT, right?
Yes.
So we had some flashy plays, we had some moments, but when you look at the overall picture over here, one thing for certain, you're looking at VOIN Esports. I think they've been minding their own business. They have been playing circle to circle, and let's be honest, that has been working out for them so well.
Yes, but I have a question for you on this
Oh,
regard,
for sure.
and for the final match as well. That what do
Uh-huh.
you think the teams might be going for an aggressive stance in this, or they might be going for a safer approach? Because it's the final match for today, and after this, only the tomorrow matches is going to be the play on the teams. They're either going to
Indeed.
secure that or they're not going to secure it. But for today, for the final match, what do you think? What the mindset of the teams are in the Miramar match?
See, I think we'll have to be a little picky over here, right? We can look at VOIN and A1 TMT to kind of play for those positions and try and sweat it out. That's for sure. But when you're looking at the other, and even Team Ghost, as a matter of fact, because they've also made it to the top three, they've been playing quite impressive.
Yeah.
But when you look at RRQ, I think this is one of those teams that is always on the lookout for certain fights and to mess people up. And they're kind of being the bullies in the server. And still, somehow, they're getting away with murder. And then, yeah, expectations from AGON X and DRS to lock horns once again. That's going to be there for sure. For teams like IHC, I think they're going to be quite mischievous again. They've never been shying away from fights, rather forcing it. We've got the likes of NFT, ARF, the ones that are kind of languishing around the bottom. I think they've kind of made peace with the fact that, yeah, the possibilities of comebacks are quite slim. So let's just cause menace throughout the lobby. Let's just go all out. Let's just try to spoil a few games here and there for the ones really contending for the crown.
They might go to try and spoil for the teams, but I think
Oh,
it's
yeah.
going to be like a mindset for majority of the teams right now. Just mainly because that they know it's the final match and they have to go out with a bang. Today is the final day that you can secure as much points for you as yourself. And for tomorrow, you have to maintain the positions. And to maintain the positions, you need to have somewhat of a slight edge against the teams. And I'm
Indeed.
talking about the teams that did not play that good in the match and the teams that were dethroned from their top positions. They are the ones that might go for those early approaches. We might see some clash drops against the table toppers right now. And those are the factors that really bothers me. Like how are you going to like approach the team if there is not even the plane line that's in the favor of that area? First and foremost is that the plane line is going to make the difference. The other one is you knowing the team drop location, and then with that taking a gunfight, early stages fights that we saw in the first Miramar and the first Sanhok match as well. We saw some fistcuffs, we saw some early aggressions against Seventh Element. If you remember, they were the first one to get eliminated in the Sanhok. A second Erangel match, we also saw another team. I think it was DRS. They were the one that took down another team, or were they the one that took down someone at the Milta City?
I think it was DRS being taken down, in fact. So, that really did not. I think it was a fight against Alter Ego, if I'm not wrong. Um, so many fights have happened, Oryx. I mean, we would not blame each other, right? Because it's so difficult to sometimes keep track of it. But yes, I think DRS did not have the best of starts. In fact, none of those Nepali teams did. But slowly they kind of got pace. And even in the last game of Erangel, you could see DRS sort of survive till the very end. And it was Gante, I believe, who kind of went maybe for a healing battle because he was the only survivor alive. So, yeah, DRS also took it on then. And, for DRS, they kind of dropped down at Miltab and they kind of marched their way through. But yeah, few teams like have really improved, like we discussed. Were the likes of Seventh Element. I kind of liked how they did. But the team that has impressed me the most today, I think undoubtedly, without any question, has to be Boom Esports because every single day, every single game they come out to play, they've been getting those back-to-back chickens. They've been getting those podium points. So I think kind of goes on to show the mentality that they really came with. Because yesterday, when we were looking at the overall standings, we were kind of worried like what has happened to Boom
Yeah.
Esports. Now this is a team that we sort of acquainted with the fact that they've got a rich legacy. They've been in the scene for quite some
Yeah.
time. But I think we will be heading into the final game of Miramar in just a wee while. But I'm gonna put you under the spot here, Torix. If I have to ask you about your prediction for who is going to
Ooh.
be the winner, which team would you choose?
You have put me in such a pickle position. In fact, FXs, and if I have to choose someone, I really want to go kind of like in a safer approach, but let's go with a different approach. Let's go with a risk because the teams are also going to take a risk, and I will choose AGON X I8. In the last match, they were dominating in the Miramar. The way that Crypto played it was a domination, but this time. Let's see what the team I8 is going to do, and I'm gonna ask the same question back to you on which team you are gonna pick for this final match.
I've been quite vocal, right? I'm gonna be a little safe around it again. I would go for the usual suspects, VOIN. But
No.
if you look at the grand scheme of things, I would want Team Ghost to get another chicken because now if they also do that, then they're gonna take that top spot surely
Yeah.
away. And we'll have so much of a storyline for tomorrow, right? It's not going to be a one-sided tournament. It's not going to be just one team dominating. That being said, a flight path trajectory that is going to bother a lot of these teams, as the first circle has been formed
my
around
God.
Chumacera. And for Medical Vibes, I could sense that sly smile. But hold on, we already have fights breaking out.
I told you, the final match, the fights are definitely gonna break out. SF Action taking Badru out of this match straight back to the lobby. But the machete, in fact, the knife was actually thrown on the Team SF players. And now he's running away, but Winchester 97 is gonna do the deed. And with this, it is a sad elimination with the knife. He's butchered at that time. But R9 also taking some early stages fights. NFT, they're the ones that they're up against.
And indeed, and of course, Team Ghost have been off to a good start. One elim already. But again, this is where things really get dicey, right? You cannot afford to lose out on numbers like that. And no cover fire being given by Noki. Maybe he wasn't really prepared of such movement being made, and this is something that is going to hurt Team Ghost a lot towards the very end. No, you cannot afford to have casualties, as Noki, he's not made a single movement. He's not even moving a muscle over here. In fact, waiting for his teammate to come in and maybe work this out together.
Oh my god, they have to work it out together if they want some elimination, but look at Ghost. Ghost is also out of this match. It is an equilibrium. Between both of these teams, but the fight is just not happening right here. The fight is happening everywhere. Seventh Element also taking some fights. Horaa on the receiving edge. Look at that. Two players from Horaa is right now knocked out, but Horaa is not going to back it out of it. They're also going to take some fights. Seventh Element also receiving a lot of shots as Alian gets picked away. Jamir on his knees, but T24 OP, it's up to you to hold down the fort right now. Give the revive to your own teammate, and Goku Bot, go back, get the eliminations, get the confirmations on your finishes. Make sure that you make a wonder out of here. First elimination comes in place. Goku Bot still looking at the back, looking at the Uzi guy that I think it's Sky Horaa that's in the back line with just a slither of HP left.
Oh yeah, I mean, I really don't
No
fancy
fear.
his chances, but I really fancy Malik's chances on getting that connection with a grenade, and this could be devastating. Two players already inside that small little compound, and seems like T24 might have heard that clip of that grenade, but still does nothing to address to that situation. But thankfully, no damage being done, and now Horaa Esports on the cusp of getting eliminated from over here. And let's see how 7th Element kind of face this one out. They know the smoke has been deployed. They would not want to push through it, but instead, something out of ordinary, as Malik, still holding on, wants to reposition himself, as Shamir waiting for that perfect opportunity, waiting for that mag reload, but the DBS does strike. Death and destruction, as Malik will spare nobody, as Shamir, he's been dealt with, and T24, the lonesome survivor over here, Malik being the absolute hero, but comes out with his M16. It's an absolute disaster, but right after that, T24 changes and switches the tables around, as he somehow gets a couple of knocks. And now, oh my god, this is something that I really cannot understand. What's going on?
Oh my god, both of the players on the slither of HP do not have any kind of healing. It's just one bullet away. It is a roulette whose bullet is gonna hit first. Who is going to make that connection on the enemy side first? U4 healing. Horaa, he's also healing himself right now at that time, but who's gonna go first? Who's gonna take the fight first is a bigger question, because whosoever pushes forward may have the better chance. The UMP has been taken up. The UMP has been secured, but no, he's changing guns here and there. What is he doing? T24, you need to focus on the healing. Maybe he doesn't have any more of those bandages on him. That is one of the reasons he's using some of the healing factors, the juices and everything. But Barrel versus UMP, is it enough? Is T24 enough for this? But Barrel, as soon as it's going to go on the reload, the player is going to push. The damage has been dealt. The Horaa, he doesn't have any kind of healing anymore. And T24, in the midst of that, he's going to easily heal himself. There are more smokes. There are some throwables, utilities that T24 OP even can use for himself right now. The player is actually pushing on. The player is actually coming in close on the T24. But whose bullet is going to connect first? This is the bigger question. Both of them are trying. Both of them are trying their level best. But Barrel is out of the play. Barrel is out of the play. He only has a mini 14. He's going to go up, change the gun maybe, and take the fight yet again. But no, there is no gun. There is no other gun that the player in fact can use. And T24, that's an easy elimination for the player. But the damage was super much done.
I would not call that easy. I definitely just survived with a sliver there. But regardless, I think T24, I was paying close attention. He did not have a helmet and an armor. So whatever damage would have been dealt by that mini or the beryl whatsoever would have been pure damage. And that could have proved quite fatal. But still, you know, T24 kind of let it simmer, and it had to come down to the wire in Etorix. But Malik, oh my god, the kind of damage he dished out, because this looked to be an easy fight for 7th element, and suddenly Malik just flips everything over. But yeah, you gotta feel bad there. But regardless, it was such a nice game. And in fact, that particular fight over there kind of went down to the wire, quite sweaty, and both these players really living their moments. But yeah, 7th element did have their last laugh there. But back again to this one, we can see, right, NFT Esports, they've gotten those 3 finishes, but Whiskey is the only player surviving. And look at who's swarming around. It is going to be the Deadeyes guys, as now AGON X did not have any drop clash with DRS this time, but certainly going after Skyforce.
Definitely. They're going after another team. Skyforce is the name. So far, 2 teams have been dealt with. AGON, amidst of that, not a single damage was done by any other player. But SF Action, look at that. This match, Action is coming out on top, and he gets another player eliminated. And Crypto has been finished up. IQ gets taken down as well. IC on the way, gets picked up by Falak, as Falak is the final hope for the team. Cheesecake is also coming in for the elimination. Nerzet gets him down, and AGON X8. This can be an early elimination. This can be an early exit for the team, and that's exactly what happened for the team AGON X8. Next time, Fixes, do let me know that I am not allowed to pick a team, because I picked Team AGON, and they're the ones that got an early exit.
I mean, that happens, right? Sometimes. Don't worry, we've been on that side as well. The Caster's Curse, or maybe, I don't know. If you take a look at that particular fight, right? AGON X certainly did get a couple of knocks, but you just cannot push in on Skyforce like that, right? They ought to be prepared, and this time they were. And kind of a little bit of an early collapse for AGON X certainly would be hurting them bad, but A1 TMT, they would want to capitalize on this situation. Let's see, for MERICAL vibes, they've got to fight against Team VOIN. Now, this could be really important, especially for Team VOIN, because they cannot afford to lose this one, especially with for MERICAL vibes just coming with 3 players, trying to flush one out. And Doc, he's going to take his sweet time trying to play with his prey, because look at one of their players. He's being picked off from the backlines as the grenade is being flushed out. And just on the sidelines, we've got Team Skyforce. Another beautiful fight, but before that, Doc does get the knock. But there you have it. Gets traded right after. And it's not from the players of VOIN. rather from the players of Skyforce.
Oh yes, Skyforce, this match. Skyforce, look at the elimination, total elimination that they have secured for themselves. This is just the start, this is just the stage 1, and this team has secured 6 elimination to their name right now. The rest of the teams are also doing their level best, but Team VOIN, the first knockout on them is going to be really crucial, because if they're not able to revive their player up, it's going to be hard for them to even take the rest of the fights. But the second one comes in play, second knock comes in play. In fact, the first knock comes in play, but this time around, as I already said, second knock, and it does come in play. And Team VOIN right now struggling so much. They have to do something. They have to think about something at this point if they want to survive.
Oh yeah, of course. They certainly would want to. But for now, Skyforce, like I said, right? You never know when they up the ante and switch up those gears. Getting so many of those finishes over there, but VOIN, oh my god, they're kind of feeling quite gutted. Because this was one of those games where they needed to convert into a good one. And hey pal, I'm with you. I'm with you. Because even I did pick up VOIN, and what's happened with them. So, all right, one thing is set in stone. We're not gonna make any predictions. I'm not gonna put each other on under the spotlight over there.
Yes.
So let the teams do their job. We'll do ours. We'll make peace with that. As VOIN still keep out on losing numbers, but now this makes things so much better for teams like RRQ, even for A1 TMT, and let's be honest, T2K. Even if they can convert this into a good one, you never know. Maybe the dreams of entering into the top 3 could be possible. But oh my god, I was just talking about them, and you could see True Love biting the dust. What's happening?
Oh, he did bite the dust at that time. But on the other side, we are seeing the Team IHC against the Team Boom taking the fight against each other. Whosoever is going to take the victory here, it's crucial. It's crucial right now. But Team ARF, look at them. They are in the close vicinity of the fights as well against the Team T2K. A good shot with the DBS was done by the player, but it is not enough. It's still not enough. For the eliminations, ARF 007, he wants to go forward. T2K, Rig has been confirmed at that time, and the rest of the players are trying to avenge the death of their fallen comrade. 007 wants to push forward. He does that. He gets some knocks on the player. So Yogg in the meanwhile gets taken down. DE, Deadeyes guys, they're also taking some fights. They're also on the other edge, on the receiving end. But yes, the damages are being done. A1 Esports, TMT, they're coming from the backside as well. And as we are talking about the team Alter Ego Ares, they are the ones to get eliminated on the hashtag number 9. Another team goes back to the lobby, and we are down to the top 8 teams that are still surviving in the match. But no, A1 TMT car eliminations coming in play from them.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now this is where A1 TMT they know that they've got Deadeyes guys in a really tough spot, right? And show no mercy, and they directly want to go in for the push. As Precious Sir, he knows of the threat looming around him. And the big question, Nova, he's been spotted out. Oh my god, survives on that sliver there and gets taken down. So the final survivor from Deadeyes guy is still alive. Precious is inside this compound, and him throwing that grenade gives his position away as A1 TMT know exactly what to do next, and now he's just scouring around with his buggy and certainly seems to have spotted him out, has relayed all that information to his teammate. And Precious is counting, he's breathing his final moments, but in these moments maybe heroes are born, but not this time, as A1 TMT take them down for good.
Team A1 TMT takes them down for good, and 3 beautiful elimination goes into the backpack of the Team A1 TMT. But VOIN, I'm still seeing them being knocked out, and is that a glitch or something? I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yes, those players are down. Team Boom, in the meanwhile, they are also somewhat trying to play it the safe way. And I'm really curious about the teams that are playing even the last match safe on the points that they want to secure for themselves. It's going to be you know it's detrimental. They know it's detrimental, and that's
Uh-huh.
one of the reasons that they're trying to play it safer, because they don't want to lose any more. They don't want to lose out their positions. But remember this, that there will always be a bigger fish in the pond, and there will always be someone that will try to take you both down.
Yeah, they certainly will be. Now, we had been witnessing fights left, right, and center all across, right? And now getting back to how the circle is really panned out, it's still around Chumasera, Skyforce having a really good position. IHC, I must say, did not have the best of days, especially the way they started off yesterday, going heavy on those frags. And there you go, the hard shift comes in and really favors the lads of Skyforce. I'm really looking at A1 TMT. If they wish, they can make a really good rotation out in this one. But ARF also find themselves in a sweet spot. From the northern side, however, we will have so many of those teams. I think it's going to be Boom, it's going to be RRQ, everybody rotating. As ARF, like discussed, they've kind of taken control over the church area, with Skyforce being in this exact same spot just a couple of moments earlier, where they kind of wiped out AGON I8. But look at T24. He's the lonesome survivor. He's coming all by his lonesome. And yeah, somebody spotting him out, maybe could be the end of him. But Boom Esports kind of playing around the lower grounds. Oh my god, 001 taking a couple of shots. But decides it's better to get into sweet cover before maybe re-engaging.
Yes, get into the sweet covers is definitely a better choice right now, and as it seems like it, the teams is implying that. But look at T24 OP and his skill with the buggy. He's going up and down, back and forth with that. But remember that he's the solo guy. He's the lone guy that's surviving for the team, and he has been spotted in the midst of that as well. Team ARF now will shoot on T24 OP and trying to get that final elimination, final nail in the coffin. But they're not going to be successful yet. The key factor of this complete fight is yet. They're not successful in that. But yes, something is better than nothing. You did the damage, you somewhat gave out your location, and now 7th element is definitely going to be wary of that. But Team Boom knows Team ARF's location, and the fire on the church side, it's definitely doing some kind of deeds.
Oh yeah, I mean at this point, right, from where Team ARF are, this is one of those teams that I feel has really nothing to lose, right? There could be those loose cannons just set wild in every single map they play from here on. And they are not really going to be reluctant into engaging into those fights given the opportunity. But now, with the kind of a circle hold they have, they can maybe notch things down a little bit, maybe kind of try to keep pressing on teams and try and not let them close in. But Team RRQ, we certainly have our eyes on this particular squad. But let's see what can they achieve from over here, because RRQ, to be honest, haven't had the best of days, have been in the midst of some third parties. They are always the harbingers of death. We've seen them getting a lot of those finishes. Asak, he's been on the top of the overall leaderboards, right? That's been there for sure. But now we can see IHC kind of trying to move it around through Chumasera. And they've got a good ground as well, a little bit of a higher ground cover. But we know the circle's going to shift them maybe a little towards more on the eastern side. It's going to favor the likes of Boom. And I'm loving how they've held on to the dead center.
Oh, they are definitely holding the dead center right now for themselves. But on the other side, there's still 7 more teams. The 7 teams that still have the chance of getting that winner chicken dinner for themselves. One wrong move from any of the teams is going to be hard for the other one. It's going to be a hard-hitting factor for them by the players. But yes, somewhat the rest of the teams that are still in the match, they're playing it slow. They're playing the matches a little bit to the kind of on the safer edge. They don't want to actually aggress too much on the side. Whereas Team ARF right now, they're waiting out for the opportunity that they can hold out those positions, hold out those locations. And at the same time, at the same angle, there is 7th element against the Team A1 TMT. In the closed midst of that, the shots, the grenades are on their way.
Oh yeah. Now, T24, oh, he's fighting with fire. And A1 TMT, they've got 4 players. who've made it their life's purpose to end him right here, right now. He's got the DBS though, of course, but yeah, he breaks through, spots one out, takes a couple of damage there, but there you go, whiffing that DBS shot in that close quarter situation, and down 7th element, get wiped out of the server. But Boom Esports take a fight against RRQ, who have decided to push in right in front of them, as No Mercy needs to patch himself up before taking a fight against Frenzy. But Frenzy being quite quick and agile will put him down to the ground.
Oh, beautiful agility. Team Boom with the solo player, the Yummy May. He's the only hope. The grenade do come in place. The damage was done, and now he has to change out the position. But this also proves that Team Boom at this position will have the upper edge against the team. And there we have it. Fredzy gets the final nail in the coffin. The player is down, out of the match, and we are down to the top 5 teams. The top 5s that are still the contenders, that are still the players that will try to get the winner chicken dinner out of that. ARF, complete squad, 5 elimination. IHC, I think it's a complete squad, and I would really want to believe it's a complete squad, because if it isn't, then that means that they have already lost some of the pace of their matches. But Boom Esports, the way that they actually executed this fight and took it out, I'm still amazed by the fact that even though their player was down, they were in a panicking situation, they still managed to rush it out the way, make sure that aggression will be the key factor in their fight, and take the victory for themselves at that time. But 18 players, Circle is going to Chumacera, and oh my god, what is he doing? Demo, what are you even trying? Maybe he's trying to check his ping?
You know, whatever the case is, but look at that. It's still the 4th circle, and we just have 5 teams alive. So much breathing spot, and yeah, for now, K9, this is not exactly what they pictured, right? Just getting blasted off as the push comes in on towards the players of ARF, as A1 TMT on a breach trying to do that, but ARF look ever so solid. Now they have to prioritize on somehow holding on, try and get that number back, and then maybe re-engage in this fight. But Rowdy certainly seems to have traded down on numbers, as Hitman, he goes on a kerfuffle but gets picked off. It is going to be 001 getting that knock, as Sketch, he's the final survivor.
My god, he's the only hope right now. And Team ARF, as a duo, they have the opportunity to push on the player. Hitman gets completed, eliminated out of the way, but K9, Rowdy, those two together are giving out that revive. K9 leaving out that vicinity because the Sketch is in fact giving out the revive to Rowdy, and once again, Team A1 TMT is back on the feed of the 3-man squad, but from the back angle, there comes the Boom with a bang. This will be a Boom fight. ARF somewhat waiting out for the opportunity that the Boom is going to enter out this church compartment, and we're going to take them down out of that. But Team Boom is also playing it safe, using the Molotovs, using the throwables at their disposal. Everything that they have, they're using it right here and at that time to try to take out some first elimination against the team. But you have to somewhat get inside. You have to, whether you like it or not, go in, take the fight if you want some eliminations.
You know, I think this place is going to be the graveyard of so many of those bodies. Already AGON I8 having been picked off over here. Now suddenly A1 decided to ram in. Now if that was not enough, it was Team Boom Esports who also wanted to have a piece of the pie. Now with Ponbit trying to push in from different angles. Of course, he's got a player right beside him. He's got to be very watchful. Does spot one out though, but 004 is quite careful. He knows he's got to play it calmly, and yes, Frenzy gets that angle. He definitely gets that pick, but the grenade comes in, instantly lands on his face as he gets taken down. A1, they decide to retaliate back, and this is chaos, menace throughout the entire lobby as the push, as the pour does come in. But ARF, suddenly, they're out of numbers, survive with just one player, with K9 having spotted out 001, but he has an addiction elsewhere, and 001, he will capitalize on this situation, and A1 TMT a little bit of a hiccup and could cost them a fortune.
Oh my god, what have you done at that time? You could have had that elimination in your clutch, but no, you decided to look the other way. He didn't. He capitalized, and from the backside, we are also seeing A1 TMT Sketch getting that elimination, and beautifully done. A1 TMT getting another one knocked out, but this time around, Sketch is the one on the receiving edge. Rowdy, super low on that HP. He has 3 first aid kit that he can use. Only 3-way fight, and he gets eliminated. A1 TMT, IHC, and with that fire, we have a winner chicken dinner. An amazing winner chicken dinner fixes. Team IHC finally getting that winner chicken dinner with 3 elimination. Not a great number on the elimination, but we are still talking about those juicy winner chicken dinner 10 points.
You know, honestly, I have been doing this job for the last 4 or 5 years, and it's very rare that we get to see a Miramar game ending at the 5th, 6th circle. So, yeah, there was something out there, but what a game nonetheless, right? That church area just being an absolute graveyard for so many of those teams. I loved how the fights kind of brewed up and how teams, everybody just decided, let's seal our fates over here. And IHC from the far off, like, you guys carry on. Once everything is done, once the dust settles, we'll join in and we'll have the final laughter. But what a game of Miramar was that. I mean, right from the very get-go, we get to see Ghost being picked off by the players of NFT. On the other side, it was Horaa versus 7th Element, that T24 and Mr. Boro clutchy moment. That did come down to the wire, and the action did not stop just over there. We did see the players of AGON X initially getting a couple of knocks on Skyforce, deciding to push at their direction. VOIN Esports, like we predicted, didn't. I thought they would get the chicken, but for MERICAL Vibes had other things in mind. Skyforce also chimed in. So much happened in Miramar in so less time.
Oh, yeah, everything happened in such a less time. So many things, so many fights. But yes, the way that the teams actually played, it was completely aggressive stances. Right from the very get-go, we were seeing stage 1 gets picked up. We were left with just 11 or 10 total teams, 11 to 12 total teams, and after that, the fight did not stop. The aggression got even much higher. Second stage was even more detrimental for the team. We saw 2 to 3 players also getting lost in that. The back-to-back fights at the church's side, Team Skyforce, they were the one pushing on the Team VOIN. There was 7th Element that we saw taking the fight as well. So back-to-back after the first circle, it was non-stop aggression. It was non-stop player fights. But yes, going to the winner chicken dinner stats, we are gonna see once again the team IHC, Abel, Meow Meow, Godless, and Demo OG with a total of 3 elimination but 13 points to their name.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you talk about them. They were kind of respecting the circle. They were around Chumasera all throughout. And towards the very end, it was just them, kind of capitalizing on that situation. However, A1 TMT were quite impressive throughout the match. Gotta say that, because they were the scavengers. Let's be honest. So many of those teams were fighting around, and whatever remained, they came down for it. Went after 7th Element, went after Deadeyes, giving no room and space for anybody to really breathe out there. And regardless, we've got 001 to be the MVP in this particular matchup. 1,000+ damage, like we discussed, right? ARF was certainly one of those teams that really had nothing to lose over here, and the whole world to achieve. And they kind of went out with all their hearts, and you could see the result is right in front of our screens.
Oh, yes, the result was right in front of our screens, but top performers of this match are 001, 7 elimination. Top after that, 4 elimination, 853 damage. Third gets to the Sky Forces action. Once again, 3 of the Sky Forces are on the top performers. 5 for action, 3 for Nerzet with 809 damage and 627 damage respectively. But the survival time is what's making the difference. Look at Action and Nerzet. the difference between the survival time, it's almost like 5 minutes that Skyforce's two-player top and Nerzit survived against, but Action was the one that got early elimination but had the most elimination out of all of his team. 7 for the ARF001, but once again in the match summary, in the Miramar, oh my heart, ouch, I am seeing 16 rescues with 149 throwables used, but the longest elimination we are seeing is through Love of 395 meters.
Oh, of course. I mean, T2K, this was one of those teams that we did see them in the thick and thin of fights. And yeah, overall, what a beautiful game of Miramar. I think, honestly, Torix, maybe you would have, but I never expected this game to end like this. I still thought we had a couple of more moments. You know, it would simmer down a little bit. So many of those teams, they'll wait for the next circle. But hey, nobody was really interested. They wanted to get the closure quick and fast. But yeah, Skyforce, 13 elims for these lads, 17 total points. And Team ARF, look at them. They're on the second spot, A1 TMT with 14. Now, this changes everything. You know, we had been speculating about A1 TMT, trying to go for a couple of more elims, and which they did. And having some decent position points to back it up with, I think should set them up maybe for the first spot once the overall rankings do come out. But seventh element, I think in comparison to day number 1, day number 2 has been quite ecstatic for them. Did recover on a couple of points, but VOIN Esports, they're not languishing far behind, right? Still at the 5th spot, and will still be climbing a lot above so many of the others. When you talk about the favorites, yes, AGON X, they were on a climb, but they got taken down quite early by Skyforce. You're talking about VOIN Esports. They also had to take an early exit with just 1 point to their name. Team GHOOST, they were kind of helpless. They did not see that fight coming against Team NFT. And maybe now this is where the narrative gets ever so interesting, don't you think, Torix? Because now we've got so many of those teams, fighting for the top spot.
Well, there's a lot of teams fighting for the top spot, but before we go to the overall ranking, we also have to look out for the teams to watch in this match. RRQ, 13,000 meters that they have traveled in this match. 5 grenades and 1 Molotov was used. A1 TMT, 11,000 distance meter that they secured for themselves, out of which 9 grenades, 10 smokes, and 3 Molotovs were being used. 9,500 meters distance traveled by Team ARF, and 13, 13, and 5 ratio of grenades, smokes, and Molotovs. But the last but not the least, it's Boom with 8,500 meter distance and 11 grenades, 11 smokes, 8 total Molotovs. I'm seeing the longest distance that the team traveled, they haven't used that much of a smokes or the grenades. Maybe they got eliminated through during their rotations or something at that time, and that was the reason they were not able to use that. But yes, the rest of the teams, they did a tremendous amount of job of using the utils that were given out to them, that they secured for themselves. But yes, the overall leaderboard is here, and A1 TMT finally dethroning a team of VOIN Esports and taking that throne for themselves.
And let's not forget, they've achieved such a feat without a single chicken dinner. So it goes on to show how consistent they have been, how resilient they have been. And yeah, now the onus is on them, right? The buck stops there. The big question whatsoever is, can they hold on to their nerves tomorrow? Because 5 more matches, the difference is not too high, right? Just 5 points separating them and VOIN Esports. And RRQ, they're also there, sharing points with VOIN. Team GHOOST not really far behind. So yes, guys, we've got a tournament on our hands, and honestly, it could be anybody. It could be anybody from the top 9, at least for now. I do not know what's happening in the second chart.
Oh my god, it can be anyone from the top 9. 61 on the bottom on the hashtag number 9. That is IHC after getting that winner chicken dinner. But the highest point that have secured in the past 2 days is 84 by A1 TMT. Not a single chicken in place. And not that much of a position points as well, Fixes. 29 position points, placement points, but the kills, but the eliminations. Look at that number, 55. The players have secured 55 eliminations in the 10 matches. Alter Egos, 38 elimination points with a total of 56 points. AGON X 8 total of 55 points. ARF on the hashtag number 12, 50 points. But after that, the lead goes even below. Look at the difference, 41, straight up 9 points difference. Not even like a 50-point marker have been secured by hashtag number 13 onward. Deadeye's guys, the Horaa, they're on the same like points. Team Rage 31, 29 for 7th Element, Team NFT with 21, and last but not the least, 4 Miracle Vibes with just the 20 points. I'm really like shocked to see like 4 Miracle Vibes performance and what they're lacking. Where are they lacking? Because this is not a team that you usually see getting these kind of points.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we did come up with a lot of expectations from so many of these names, right? But yeah, this goes on. It's just a tournament, and I'm pretty sure we have more following after this also. But yeah, maybe they get their redemption over there. But for what it's worth, let's take a look at some statistics over here. We've got Top and Asak. I mean, these two players, I think, have been bringing in the heat right all across the board. Because you look at Top, I think I don't remember ever. I've been watching this player from the last 3-4 years. I can't still remember a time when he has had a dip of form. But for RRQ, of course, it was a whole different lineup previously. We had so many of those greats, the likes of Bear 11, but then everybody parted their ways. But now, when you've got Asak into the mix, now this lad has been quite impressive, to be honest. 20 finishes, he's on top of the charts. But anytime it comes down to being the supreme master of a mini 14 weapon, giving the perfect cover fire, being a real complete player, Top does it all for me.
Oh, Top actually does it all for the player. But yes, head-to-head, 52 to 59 finishes. The damage is somewhat similar, but yes, Team RRQ has slightly more damage, slightly more elimination to the players. Winner chicken dinner number is what's going to make the difference. 2 winner chicken dinners for Team VOIN, 1 for the Team RRQ. And the ranking is on our screen as well. We saw the ranking as well, hashtag number 3 and the hashtag number 2. But overall leaders, the MVPs of the frags is Top right now with 16, I think. Or is it on a different plane? Is it the survival one? Because after like the 16 elimination, he still have 4177 damage. But right after that, Look at Asa 5k, 20 elimination and 3139 damage.
The MVP format's been quite simple, right? It does prioritize your damage also. So, kind of Top having that extra edge over Asak, and as a result of which he still stands on the TBD top. But we've seen Voinsky. He's been stepping up. Nerfeiko has also been there. We've got ARF, in fact, 001. He's been stepping it up because honestly, on the overall leaderboards, in terms of the points, ARF might not have gotten a lot, but that kind of shows their intention. They have always been itching for fights. They've been trying to do that. Yummy May, he's one of those players that is talked about a lot in their region. He's delivered, but for A1 TMT, Hitman, he's been doing quite a really good job. You've got Superman. He's performed, loved, I think he goes by the name of True Love, decided to change his name over here. But see, it's going to be Meow Meow. So we've got a glance at the overall leaders. And yes, this has been such a nice day if we sum it up. Because this has been one of those days where we got what we were expecting, the comeback storylines, and has set us a target and, in fact, an objective to find out who the winner shall be. And now so many teams are in contention, Torix. It's so difficult. Now, this is where you're going to be breaking your brains out, thinking who is going to be the winners. But what a wholesome day it was.
Oh, it was a great, wholesome day. And finally, as the team have finally put an end to the 5 more matches, the day number 2 has came to an end. Yes, there were 5 matches, starting with the Sanhok match. We went into the Erangel, then Miramar, then once again Erangel, and the final, last but not the least, that we just witnessed was the Miramar match. a great map rotation, whereas the team do take a start right from the very, very aggressive stance and then gradually slows it down on Erangel, then makes it even more slower on Miramar, then finally gets a slight change in pace as Erangel comes back up and then changes it back to the slow and steady pace, which we did not really see. Fixes, who are we lying to? We did not see any kind of slow pace. It was complete
Yeah.
aggression in the Miramar match, and the teams were doing an amazing job on that as well, because Miramar is such a map where if you're not slow, you will get eliminated. But the teams, not only they were aggressive, they were actually getting those eliminations.
Oh, of course, certainly. And, it was one of those days where Team Boom really spoke in volumes. They kind of climbed the table along with that. We had the likes of AGON X also performing pretty well, low key, but not. You have to agree that Team Ghost has been playing out of their minds, right? The way they kind of got the chicken in Erangel, finally getting it through and through about. But it was Team A1 TMT. Now they are the overall top leaderboards topper. And with that being said, this was all the matches we had throughout the entire day. Now, 5 more games remain. That's going to be done tomorrow. And we will have to find out who the ultimate champion is. We're talking about so much on the line, the bragging rights out there. I'm pretty sure everybody loved the broadcast and watched every single match with their eyes glued to their devices. But that being said, if you did, do not forget to hit that like and subscribe button, because this is not just the only tournament. We're going to have so much lined up for you guys. And if you even did appreciate our job, do not forget to hit us on our socials. Make sure you do follow us on our Instagram handles. And that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be calling it a night. We will catch you guys tomorrow, same time. Till then, you guys take care and have a good night.
calling me royalty. Let's do give me loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world, you'll see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling